your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster.
Touching on me, I'm winning so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
是看现在两头烧，风又直接凹出一圈道具在脸上，但上面开起来了，风突然来到了残血，但是下面冰河裂隙又起到了一个很好的保护效果，进场的阿志被晕住，狂笑猛禽翻了辅助回来，但是阿志倒地。
哇，欧卡这波 carry 了这把比赛哎，因为纳尔想跳进来，但是被欧卡的大绝给断掉了。
DCG 还在利用自己手上的优势，不停的 poke 扭掉这波种子骑到脸上，但是来自无敌一波的一闪成功控住了风，又是雄心动盾，包住了风 ，DCG 双星开始射击。
哇，风打完这把会对欧卡说我爱你啊！
而且欧卡现在盯上的是对方的中路跟辅助，舍舍要被留住了。杰哥要被打出来，回头想定这里侧边卡塔大绝甩在对方的身上，伊泽瑞尔这里是没有双招的，而且专门自己的重磅点要盯住对方的伊泽瑞尔，再一个狂笑猛击，直接把风给推回温泉。但是自己的队友呢，狗蕊这时候打了一个球火走掉了，而且塔口想砍回去也被炸弹给炸死了。帮忙去挡 Q3没捞到阿月，但龙的血量已经非常的低了。空月是进不去的，想来拼这个龙，但是 Q 开的位置非常漂亮，小飞交的大局，但是这边的队员全部打光，没有前排了。凯撒没有出水空间，竭力垫了一个 double Q 之后，只剩空远一个人了。回头再一飙，但是努力也还在追。
但这里其实最主要就还是你没有办法去，你正面顶不进去，你知道吗？扛地这个时间点的装备来说太好了，就是你这些 poke 并没有办法起到交效果的情况下，你就变成是你会被逼的被包夹。
是怒气控制很好。
马口找到了阿志要来开劈，
看一下小龙到没血了，
小龙是重点，4000D看一下665有没有机会进场，这边的扫射已经结束，665闪现扑进龙克他抢攻电龙文。在他瞬间也被 PSG 给融化掉，而贝蒂往前想要输入，但他只是一个2件装的接力。俊家闪现转3个，再用新人躲避上来，阿志再用狂射猛击一翻，这是俊家的 double kill。前面的剑魔面试成功劈死了 Memo， 还在撑，打出了一个震荡冰封，又领到冲击，冲死了阿志，剑魔开劈啦！那么俊家只要再被冰河练习给击飞 ，Chris 看到的狙杀收下了 shutdown DCG。哎呦，俊家的最后还烫死了2个人，
俊家倒下，还是说我不能让 PSG 输啊
？7000多左右，没有打野 ，CFO 只能来集团。现在伤害先打在塔口身上，但塔口有水龙魂，又有2件坦，主要这个巴龙是争夺不了的。665重击稳稳的把巴龙给拿到手 ，DCG 中甚至有机会来做反弹，3件打4个人，665这边是666了，手上这个位置也被风给处理掉。风拿了个 double 之后，卡萨刚出来，队友就倒2个了。在场自由动作顺是没有装到的顺，又被 Chris 卡萨大绝直接扫到死。
OGT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面哦，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道。浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上5加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
阿志看。现在2头烧，风又直接凹出1千到俊家脸上，但上面开起来了，风突然来到了残血，但是下面冰河练习又起到了一个很好的保护效果，进场的阿志被晕住，狂烧猛击翻了辅助回来，但是阿志倒地。
哇，欧卡这波 carry 了这把比赛哎，因为纳尔想跳进来，但是被欧卡的大绝给断掉了。
DCG 还在利用自己手上的优势，不停的 poke 扭掉这波种子骑到脸上，但是来自乌迪一波的一闪成功控住了风，又是雄心中断，包住了风 ，DCG 双星开始射击。
哇，俊家的这把会对欧卡说“我爱你”啊！
欧卡现在盯上的是对方的中路跟辅助，舍舍要被留住了。杰哥要被打出来，回头想定这里侧边卡塔大绝甩在对方的 AD 身上，伊瑟瑞尔这里是没有装招的，而且专门在自己的重磅点盯住对方的伊瑟瑞尔，再一个狂笑猛击，直接把风给推回温泉。但是自己的队友呢，狗尾这时候打了一个球，我走掉了。 而且塔口想砍回去也被炸弹给炸死了。帮忙去挡 Q3没捞到阿月，但龙的血量已经非常的低了。空月是进不去的，想来拼这个龙，但是 Q 看的位置非常漂亮，小飞交的大局，但是这边的队员全部打光，没有前排了。凯撒没有出水空间，杰利垫了一个 double Q 之后，只剩空远一个人了。回头再一飙，但是努力也还在追。
那这里其实最主要就还是你没有办法去，你正面顶不进去，你知道吗？扛地这个时间点的装备来说太好了，就是你这些 poke 并没有办法起到交效果的情况下，你就变成是你会被逼的被包夹。
阿志怒气控制很好，
塔口找到了阿志要来开劈，
看一下小龙到没血了，
小龙是重点，4000滴，看一下665有没有机会进场，这边的扫射已经结束，665闪现扑进龙，看他抢攻电龙纹。在那瞬间也被 PSG 给融化掉，而贝利往前想要输入，但他只是一个2件装的接力。俊家闪现转3个，再用惊人躲避上来，阿志再用狂射猛击一翻，这是俊家的 double Q， 前面的剑魔面试成功劈死了贝利，塔口还在撑，打出了一个正当屏风，用领刀冲击冲死了阿志，剑魔开劈啦！那么俊家只要再被冰河练习给击飞 ，Chris 卡的狙杀收下了shutdown DCG， 哎呦，俊家的队友还烫死了2个人，
俊家倒下还是说我不能让 PSG 输啊
？7000多左右，没有打野 ，CFO 只能来接团。现在伤害先打在塔口身上，但塔口有水龙魂，又有2件坦，主要这个巴龙是争斗不了的。665重击稳稳的把巴龙给拿到手 ，DCG 中甚至有机会来做反打，3件打4个人，665这边是666了，手上这个位置也被风给处理掉。风拿了个 double 之后，卡萨刚出来，队友就倒2个了。在场之的动作顺是没有双方的顺，又被 Chris 卡萨大绝直接扫到死。
Place we go to, white heat turns blue.
me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to train. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the fourth night in a row here and the fourth night of our PCS Summer Playoffs. It's an exciting and a nerve-wracking day, no matter which way you look at it. And of course, all the action will be brought to you once again by Riot Games, Carry International, the Taipei Liquor and Tobacco Corporation, which always is a surprising one, Changhua Telecom, who, if you sign up in the near future, you will get 12 months free access to Hami Video, where you can find all the entertainment you could possibly need. The Sheraton Grand Hotel Taipei, where fantastic amenities, 688 rooms. They've got a Michelin star guest house, pretty much everything you need: spa, sauna, pool, mean, what a fantastic place to stay. If you're in Taipei, certainly do check them out. And to get to Taipei, possibly China Airlines. Fantastic discounted tickets that you can find over at the China Airlines website. So once again, do check them out. And last but not least, it is TTL brand noodles, who continuously upgrade their chicken and beef flavors to bring you new and exciting ways to consume your ramen. And big thank you to them once again. I will be your host, Vestian. Alongside me, it is Lo.
Yes, it is. We are back for our 4th day, like you said, and I suspect today is going to be an absolute banger. I'm most excited, I think, for the first series we've got coming up. We got Round 0 versus Sengoku, and it is impossible for me to call this series. I have no idea who's going to win. I will say that a big point in this series, I think, is going to be Aurora. I'm not sure if the LCO teams have really picked up the Aurora yet. Based on so far, it seems like they're just banning it on both sides. I really hope that Ground Zero have picked it up, but it just seems unlikely in the amount of time that they've had. So that is a disadvantage for them in the draft, unfortunately. So that might make me just lean towards Sengoku a little bit.
Yeah, and ultimately Sengoku as well did manage to take a game away from CFO. And if we look at the strength between CFO and J-Team throughout the regular season, CFO very handily winning in that head-to-head, and it was obviously Ground Zero not able to take the win over J-Team. So that would, at least in my mind, show the relative strength. You'd have to give it in favor of Sengoku. But, you know, you look back to last split, and it was actually Ground Zero able to take that win up against the 3rd seed LJL. Now, on your screen is the results from yesterday. It was DFM now qualifying through to our 2nd stage of the playoffs, the 2nd LJL team to be there, joining alongside SoftBank Hawks over Team Bliss, who now go down to the losers bracket to take on Frank Esports, who narrowly, off the back of Yi Jiang's Riven, took the win over West Point in our 2nd game of yesterday.
Yeah, ridiculous games yesterday. DFM looking about as clean as you could hope for, and Frank not quite clean, but at least we got to see a Riven yesterday.
Yep. And that losers bracket there is very, very difficult because now, you know, Team Bliss, they were 1 series. They were 3 or 2 games away from potentially making it to that stage 2. Now they've got to go through another best of 3 and then a best of 5 to truly qualify into that 2nd stage. It's a much more difficult task, and Ground Zero, they find themselves in a similar position.
Yeah, and I do think it's going to be a tall order. I think Sengoku is much stronger than V3, who were the representatives for the 3rd seed LJL last time around. And speaking of the CFO J-Team comparison, we will not have to be guessing much longer. It is the 2nd series of the day, so we'll see exactly which of those teams is stronger later on. One of them is going to be making it straight through. You have to imagine it's going to probably be CFO.
Yes, yeah. I mean, you just have to look historically, right? You know, this split alone, you can go back to last split, you can go back to however long back you want to look. And CFO are handedly in front in this head-to-head, and they do have the biggest star power. I mean, ultimately, you know, what did we see from J-Team that got them across the line? A lot of it was off the back of Minji.
1v9.
Do we think Minji's going to be able to exploit Gory? No, not really.
Unlikely.
It isn't really that likely. Now, we do see, you know, Chris Carter and Maple able to exploit Gory, but Minji, I wouldn't compare him in like similar levels of strength to those 2 players. Now, obviously, his Aurora, fantastic, dropped a nuke on him.
Yeah,
so it took me back to Modern Warfare 2 in that game, but unfortunately, very difficult to find a real angle that J-Team can win up in that series. But, you know, 2nd series of the night, more importantly, is that Ground Zero versus Sengoku, and I think on our screens now will be that side of Ground Zero. They are from Pool 1, so they will have side selection here. Tien, Schönfire, Phyto, Lemus, Kurak, and I really hope that we see Lemus on a more traditional hyper-scaling AD carry.
Yeah, I want to see agency for Lemus, and I'm having a hard time choosing my featured matchup for this series between the mid lane and the ADC, because for Ground Zero, they're winning through bot lane. Even last time around, if you throw your mind back to the last playoffs, it was Lemus in the bot lane at the time with Benvi alongside him, just blowing through the V3 bot lane, making the games completely one-sided.
Yeah, I think it should be jungle, the featured matchup. Schönfire, very good. Alum, very good.
But Jet's performance.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it should be the junglers.
Yeah.
I think Alum and Schönfire, they are very experienced. You know, Alan's been playing had some playtime over in the LCK. Schönfire, he has been around since the inception of League of Legends. A very, very experienced player. I think this game, ultimately, a lot of it will be dictated by that jungle. Ultimately, I mean, you saw it even in Ground Zero's last playoff series. They, you know, first game, they weren't the Schönfire Shyvana. after that, the next 2 games, picking up the Shyvana and not really finding any play in that game. I think we're not going to see Shyvana. I really hope we're not going to see Shyvana.
Yeah.
Because while it's a fantastic solo queue pick, I think just the downtime of your ultimate, where you are literally not a champion, is just so hard to navigate.
Yeah, and you saw how easily J-Team were able to just exploit the Shyvana, bait out her ulti, back off, and then re-engage later when you're down as champion, essentially.
Yeah. Kanato, Ellen, Jet, Yuhi, and Gang. Now, Yuhi does seem to be the weakling. I think that is a fair statement to make. He was not doing all that much really in their first series.
Yeah.
It was just kind of off the back. Yes, his ults on Ashe were fantastic, and honestly, he didn't do any damage in that game, but he did start off every positive play that Sengoku were able to find. But it was Jet and Alum who were those 2 big sort of carry potential players.
Yeah, and I also saw some mistakes coming out of Gang. Pretty often he was getting caught out in the early game, giving up early kills, and those are not mistakes you want to be making against Ground Zero. These LCO bot lanes are very strong in the laning phase and can just win you a game on their own.
Yep. So I think ultimately, path to success here for Ground Zero is give Lemus something he can scale into that game. Early pressure, a lot of these AD carries that are strong now actually have early pressure, maybe a little bit of a trough in the mid game, but then come to this point where they are just an absolute 1v9 machine, and Lemus certainly is a player with the talent, with the capability of being that, and I think, up against Yuhi and Gang, you would have to favor the Ground Zero bot lane. I mean, Kurak played pretty well, phenomenal for at least game 1, and for the rest of the series as well. Didn't really notice all that many major mistakes coming out of him. Lemus, even on the Seraphine, he's on a champ that has not much autonomy.
Yeah.
Still found the one chance that Ground Zero had in that game 2. Found a massive Seraphine ult, a massive shutdown off the back onto Minji. But ultimately, you don't have that ability to 1v9 later on in the game as that Seraphine. And I think we saw it from his Ashe. If he gets the opportunity, if he gets the resources, he will get it done.
Yeah, and just to sing his praises a little bit more on Lemus, I loved watching him with Elite. He was just not afraid to throw himself at the enemy champions, diving 1v1, 1v2, and doing what he needed to do to get his team across the line. As you're seeing on your screen, both these teams do have their backs up against the wall now. Loser here goes home, and it's over for them. Winner gets a chance to fight on and keep playing against the loser of the second series we've got.
Yeah. Winner does get to take on J-Team or CFO. You'd assume it's J-Team, so if Ground Zero win here, similar to Team Bliss, they'll have the opportunity at a rematch in that lower bracket. And I mean, going in, I don't know who to favor in this head-to-head. Honestly, it's so hard to tell the relative strength between the regions, and especially because you look back to how Sengoku won against CFO. CFO drafted possibly the greediest team comp you'll ever see.
Yeah.
So while Sengoku did manage to win a game against them, how much of it was Sengoku's skill, and obviously they are very skilled, but how much of it also was just CFO kind of giving them a game through draft in many ways?
Yeah, I think honestly a lot of teams don't even win against CFO with those greedy drafts, so credit to Sengoku there. But yeah, you make a very good point. And
he's got the Yi Jiang. He got the Yi Jiang. It's pretty much the same statement.
Has to step up.
Yeah, that's what Yi Jiang got yesterday.
Yeah, very Karthus KDA there for Sure and Fire.
Well, the Karthus game was great. The Karthus game was great. It was the 2 Shyvana games that sucked.
Yeah.
He played that first game of Karthus flawlessly. It was a very, very good performance, and he was doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But then he gets the Shyvana champ, and so far, every Shyvana we've seen has truly been exploited. There's one win, Kevy got that win, but the early game sucked. It was like he was very much struggling in that game.
It was almost in spite of the Shyvana.
Yeah, it was. It was in spite of the Shyvana early game. Now, as he, scaled into the game, sure, Shyvana's going to do a lot of damage and have a lot of impact when you're in that dragon form, but it took so long to get to that point. And here, Alan and Jet have something to prove. I mean,
yeah, they have the highest damage percentage and mid-jungle proximity of any jungle duo, and when it was working against CFO, it looked amazing. Jet looked really strong with resources, similar to Lemus.
Even when they lost in game 3, right? They were down like 7k gold, and just randomly Jet found like 5k gold across the map and brought them back into that game.
That was the Tristana game, right? Yeah, out of his mind on the Tristana. These guys came to play, so Ground Zero are going to have to step up and play their absolute best. I think we're about to see the draft now, but I do give the edge in draft slightly to Sengoku, not just because of the Aurora pick, but because I just disagree with some of the things like the Shyvana pick, the Seraphine pick, things that are being prioritized by these LCO teams that I don't rate as highly. Because Ground Zero is the first seed, though, they do get first pick. on the blue side now. Sejuani taken away.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what angle they go for. So, Ground Zero, obviously, they took on J-Team in the first series. They were banning Sejuani, Maokai, Ivan, but I don't really think that is because of, you know, something that they have to ban away. It's more like Lalva succeeds on those champs and pretty much those champs alone.
Yeah.
And so this game, they do ban the Sejuani. It's a champion that has, you know, doesn't need any resources, can get a lot done, doesn't need to ban the Maokai or the Ivan, and I'm really hating the fact that we're having to ban Aurora on the blue side still.
Yeah, I think if you're either LCO team, you're just hoping to limp through this stage of the playoffs and pick up the Aurora for the next round. You'll definitely have to if you want to go any further than this first stage. And it is a pretty surprising to me, Zeri first pick. I think with Lucian off the table, you could have considered a Corki first pick here. Though you would be facing the Zeri anyway, so I kind of get it. Zeri is taking the place of Lucian as a kind of blind Corki counter.
Yeah, we do still see Jet obviously picking up the Tristana. We saw Harry picking up the Tristana as well.
Yeah,
so
Tristana very good into Zeri.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I actually think Zeri's pretty good into Tristana.
You think so?
Yeah, you trade really well. She can't really jump on you. You actually just end up winning that trade.
Okay.
But
yeah, maybe.
The Leona going to be locked in. This means that it's going to be a very difficult angle for Schönfire to try and lock in something like that Xayah, like that brand. Can be punished very well by the Leona, by the Jhin now that gets locked in as well.
That's a bold first rotation Jhin. If Ground Zero have any version of this draft that involves, you know, Cassantes and big beefy champions in the jungle and top lane, won't be the case. They're just locking the brand straight away.
Yeah, I did think that up until yesterday, where Udapon was just perfectly fine at destroying what was a 3.5, 4 item Udyr.
Yeah.
So it actually just seems like Jhin, and with the items you're able to purchase, is able to get through those tanks fairly well. And, you know, it's going to be made even better now that if you do pick up this Yone,
yeah,
is going to be all the tank shred you could ever wish for.
Yeah, Yone looked very good into the Tristana of Harry yesterday, and similar, should even be better in the Corki matchup. Won't have a Sejuani behind him this time, Jet.
Oh, he could. Oh, no, that's actually banned. Never mind.
Yeah, so they've taken a lot of power away from the Yone, but they're still going for it as the pick into the Corki.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, this could also just be paired up with that Maokai, just the lockdown allowing Yone to get into where he wants to be, but the Maokai, I think, wisely banned away. Yep. It does well into the brand because, you know, these champions don't do well into face-checking a Leandri's sapling, so
yeah, very
it makes
depressing.
Schönfire's life a lot harder if that Maokai was to be picked up and wisely banned away.
Saw Maokai top damage yesterday as well, so...
Yeah, Gemini getting that one done.
Gonna be the final ban now for Sengoku. Makes sense to ban the Nautilus. I think it's the next go-to after the Leona, but you're pretty fine just picking up an Alistair, Rakan, Rel, whatever you prefer.
Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately just going to be a trade of those melee supports, right? We've already got the Leona locked in. You, as you said, the Rakan or the Rel.
Okay, Rumble banned away by Ground Zero. We forgot about this champion. It's kind of fallen through to the second rotation. I was considering maybe a Talia ban away from Elim. I think we've already seen him play that.
Yeah.
And they do need AP somewhere in this comp, but they could also get the AP from the Rumble, so pick your poison if you're Ground Zero.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, he had a very good game for himself on that Talia up against CFO in that first game of their series, so you know that he doesn't really care too much about picking any AP jungler here. And a Mumu, okay, this... I think we've just won the comp. I think we've just literally won the game. Not the game. That's a bit of a overstatement. But this is a Mumu champ. For anyone who hasn't yet seen it in professional play, we've seen it here in the PCS. It's been DCG up in that second stage of the playoffs, waiting for everyone that has already picked this champion up.
Yeah.
And it has looked unstoppable. It is just having a Predator missile on your map at all times. It does very well into these immobile mages. It does very well into AD carries. So it makes a whole lot of sense to be able to pick it up, and they wisely find the angle for it here, and I think it makes so much sense.
Now, when we did see DCG play the Amumu jungle, it was with a Kalista mid.
Only once.
Only once? They played without it too?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Okay.
They played it once with a Corki. So it isn't just... No, maybe with a Zeri. Anyway, they played the first game with the Kalista, but the second game wasn't.
Okay, gonna be Cassante blind. There is always the Yone flex to the top lane, but you can always pick another good matchup into the Cassante.
Yeah.
And leave the Yone mid where he'll have a great time into the Corki.
Yeah, that would make sense. And I think, honestly, you know, sometimes you find this Gnar with so much to do to try and find engages, but this time you don't. You can follow up on Yone, you can follow up on Leona, and you can follow up on a Mumu, as well as Jhin, in fairness. So I think, I mean, looking at team comps, I heavily favor the side of Sengoku. It is you know, obviously the champs that Ground Zero have are very, very good champs, and there's no reason why this game is completely over, but I'm more thinking just the ease of execution. We've put together a comp here on Sengoku where you just press R and you probably win the team fight off that. You know, admittedly, if you whiff any of these ultimates, then it's going to be a very bad time, and the Zeri as well as the Corki have a lot of outplay potential, being that they are mobile champs.
But the Brand does not.
That's right. And, you know, you can make the argument, you get locked up as Brand, if you can get that ult off, then that's probably all you needed to do. He does a ridiculous amount of damage, but it's about being able to be in the right position and not get taken out before you're able to get at least one rotation of spells off.
And it seems like it's the LJL philosophy to draft these ridiculous team fighting comps. It's very similar to what DFM was doing, and it's why I kind of gave SG the edge going into the drafts, because you look at their comp and you know exactly what they want to do, you know exactly what everyone's job in a team fight is, and it's not very difficult to pull off, whereas Ground Zero, they have to outplay. They have stronger champions. Individual pieces are stronger. These are mega meta champions on the side of Ground Zero. If they can play individually well enough, they can just pick apart the Sengoku comp. But if they just handshake 5v5s, they will lose this game.
Yeah, and I think ultimately as well, one thing that does also kind of suck is that Sengoku also do have the winning side lanes, right? They have the Na into the K'Sante or the Yone into the K'Sante. And then on the other side of the match, it's Yone into the Corki or the K'Sante. You know, whichever one. The Na does well into the K'Sante alone, so maybe Ground Zero want to get that Corki into him. But this Yone is just winning both ends of the side lane. No matter who he's against, he's going to feel completely fine. And it does start to feel to me like this game kind of needs to get out of control in favor of Ground Zero early on to get a win here. And, you know, Brand will be clearing the jungle faster than the Amumu, and he can be out on that map more active than the Amumu early on. And I think Schönfire, he's going to have to find the angle to utilize that fact to really get Ground Zero on the board early and snowballing this game in their advantage.
Speaking of that, that might actually be a shorter window than you would think, because these first clears for Brand are actually very slow. I'm not sure if he'll even clear at least the first quadrant, might not even be faster than Amumu. So he has a short window once he's got the Faded Ashes before.
Oh, Fido. That's flash lost. And I think I know where Elam's going to look for a gank first.
Yeah. I'd still be surprised to see Elam do anything but rush level 6, but he is taking the Brand's jungle here, it looks like.
Yeah.
So this could be very scary with Sturmfire, considering how low you're going to get clearing this first quadrant alone as Brand. Crossing the river now into the Gnar, who's going to have priority against your K'Sante, gets pretty scary.
Okay, this is very smart by Ground Zero, though. Just immediately shoving this bot lane in.
Yeah,
now they're not going to be able to stop the Raptors, but they are going to make sure that Elam can't continue on and take any more of that bot side jungle. So Kurek, you know, he's staying around, making sure those Krugs aren't being done, and Elam realizing that this bot lane has just got utmost priority is going to back off. So they do defend successfully the majority of Schönfire's bot side jungle, and I think very smart move there by the bot lane of Ground Zero to recognize what's going on and play against it accordingly.
Yeah, ultimately should be okay for Schönfire, even if he doesn't get anything back for the Raptors that he's lost. Does have the option to go swipe Amumu's Raptors now, because Amumu's spent so much time walking around. We'll see if he goes for that yet. He's going to walk over to the enemy Raptors and pick those up quickly.
Yeah.
Should be a very quick camp for a Brand to do.
One thing we didn't touch on is it's going to be the Ghost on K'Sante this game. So it's obviously what we used to see K'Santes take every single game.
Yeah.
It's sort of fallen out of priority after the nerf came through to the Ghost. Obviously a higher cooldown and a shorter time on it. Yeah, Jet looking aggressive. There goes the Valkyrie. Able to dodge out is Fido, but he's still going to take a large chunk of damage. Now Schönfire is here. Can they trade it back onto Elam? No, nice bandage toss.
Whoa. That stun so close to hitting Elam. Don't often see the bandage toss used as an escape.
Yeah, I kind of forgot you can. Yeah. Until I just saw that. Nice by Schönfire, though, to be there to try and trade back there, but Elam just a little bit too quick.
Yeah, even just having to use that Valkyrie on Fido now, look at his mana.
Yeah.
It is your biggest problem against these the likes of the Yone, because he's got no mana himself and is just trying to sustain through this lane. This has just set up Jet for success in this game. He's going to have such a breeze in this laning phase.
Yeah, and this is usually where the Corki punishes the Yone too, so
yeah.
Does it not bode well here for Fido, but, you know, there's more lanes, and you look at it, Bot is doing well for themselves. They are constantly keeping priority. Not that it's going to lead to anything just yet. It does definitely ensure Schönfire is able to pick up at least the bottom crab here, but Elam, you know, he responds in kind. He'll be able to get that top crab.
Yeah, the good thing about the Corki is you maybe don't feel that much pressure to punish the Yone earlier. Yes, his mid game is going to be much stronger than yours, but you do still outscale on the Corki massively. So there's always the fallback of scaling, but after we've talked about the comps being so favored towards Sengoku, that might not be that valid of an option for Ground Zero.
Yeah, I think the outscaling point is a little bit of a weird one though, right? Because Yone will still be stronger in that side lane, as well as with the correct setup, is going to be much more impactful in team fights. You know, he can just wombo combo with the rest of his team, and that is what Sengoku have built for. Their entire team comp. Yeah, their entire team comp is made for a wombo combo, but they also have that additional value that this Yone is just winning both side lanes.
Fido getting another visit.
Yeah, Gang now here does have flash available. Fido though, gonna have to use that Valkyrie. Does get stunned up, and he's not gonna go down, but does take a chunk of damage. Trades evenly, but ultimately, again, that's the Valkyrie used.
Yeah, so much mid proximity for Sengoku. Makes sense when the enemy mid is playing flashless.
Yeah, Fido, he's 3/4 of the way through that cooldown now, though, so getting closer to feeling a lot safer, as he also does have that cloth armor working towards those early Ninja Tabbies that we always see Corki picking up now.
Yep. Lots of base stats and good wave clear on this champ means that you can just build so defensively early game and still be fine.
I think it's also smart from Sengoku to spend time even with your support around that top side because, mid lane, because considering what we saw in their first series, it does seem like, you know, Yuhi is just more of a facilitory AD carry.
Yeah, and this is a great meta for him if he can pick things up like the Jhin and the Ashe, maybe a scuffle in the mid lane. Shrimpfire's got himself a little XP advantage, as you'd expect.
Oh, the flash forward, Alum connects, and the Fate sealed. Fido's going to go down. That looked like a max range bandage toss, and while Fido does react very quickly, it's not quick enough. Shrimpfire gets that flash out, is going to keep himself alive. But disaster here in the mid lane for Ground Zero.
Yeah, and almost worse than Fido going down. They commit so much to take Fido down. Is Shrimpfire just hanging around for no reason to lose his flash? We will go into a pause now. So that feels horrible for Shern to lose his flash, and look how close Fido's flash is to being back up.
Yeah.
Sengoku synergized their jungle and support to get here, and look at the timing on Elam's flash here, just in time so that his support can get here too. 3 flashes committed onto this Corki, and honestly, with the amount that they committed, it was kind of fine until Shrimpfire loses his flash, and that feels a lot worse now. Once this Amumu hits 6, once this Leona hits 6, that Brand flash is still going to be down.
Yeah, that is going to be very scary, right? But, you know, on the positive side now, Fido is going to have flash, whereas Jet is not going to. So this lane just became, while the kill goes over, it's actually probably become a little bit easier now for Fido to navigate. He's not going to have to be as worried about this constant pressure coming through from Gang and from Alum, where he's now going to probably be able to have a little bit of time there to scale up and get some of his items online. So that is a positive, but yeah, you've got to be concerned now for Shrimpfire, who is this immobile Brand. He just lost his flash, and he didn't find anything for it, which is the important part.
With so much work for him to do in the early game, too.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate to lose his flash. He's going to be 6 much earlier than the Samumu, too. We'll see if he can maybe link up with Kurak and do something similar.
Yeah.
Yone, pretty difficult to get a gank off on, but without flash, maybe not. You know, Alistar still has flash. Kurak can come on up to the mid lane and they can one-shot this Yone, hopefully.
Yeah, with so much pressure being used mid and with Gang just constantly leaving his lane, I wonder if there's possibly an angle that Ground Zero could maybe look for a dive bot. Yeah, the trouble is, though, that you are going to have to try and walk into what is probably a couple of wards and the Jhin traps, so it's going to be found out pretty early, which makes it a lot harder. You know, that's kind of one of the underappreciated things about Jhin, is that you can be so defensive and so safe by just using those traps instead of like to farm minions, which you often do in solo queue, but just to put in that bush, in that tri-bush, in the river, and it just gives you absolute vision if someone walks over it. And, you know, you can't really predict where the Jhin traps are. Some obvious places they exist, but ultimately you can also just put them in these weird spots that people tend to walk over.
Yeah, and if Ground Zero do find an angle to really punish this Jhin, this could get quite scary. This could get quite scary for the side of Sengoku because they don't have a massive amount of damage in this comp, right? If this Jhin is falling, 30 CS behind and falls an item behind, then, you might be struggling to actually kill people with all this CC you've got.
I think they have enough damage. The Mumu building Leandries, and there's going to be a bunch of damage coming through for Gnar as well as, the Yone and the Jhin.
Shrimpfire absolute swipe on the Void Grubs there, I think, taking
Yeah.
advantage of how much time was committed towards his mid laner.
It hasn't been traded yet, so it is a positive trade there for Ground Zero. And despite all the pressure and the loss of Flash level 1 mid, the gold lead is not out of hand. They are doing well. Tien's doing a fantastic job here, remaining even with the Gnar. It's not something that is easy by any stretch of the imagination. And Lemus, slowly but surely, as we've expected from him, is getting himself a slight CS advantage in that bot lane. And, you know, we've said it before, the scaling for both teams completely fine, but in isolation, you take the Zeri in a late game team fight over Jhin 10 times out of 10. This champion hits 5 champs all at once. It does immense damage. It's very safe. We saw what Arya was able to do on it yesterday. And Lemus, I mean, he is a very skilled player. You expect he's going to be able to do the same.
This should just be the Dragon 4 Ground Zero. Shermfire level 6 already. I think they should even contest this blue if they get a chance to. This Amumu is very weak pre-6 relative to the brand.
Yeah, but right now it's also going to be Phyto that's much weaker than Jet. Flash, the Zenith Blade does connect. The stun up Kurek, he does not have access to ult. He hasn't moved in the past month and a half, and down he will go. Now Shunfire going aggressive, and Jet's going to go down. Phyto finds that isolation kill there on the top side off the blue buff, and it's a 1-for-1 trade as Shunfire is going to have absolute free reign over these bot side camps.
Yeah, and what starts is essentially just a 2v4. Ground Zero almost win the fight. Initially, Fido's able to pick off Jet there and even up his mid lane now.
Yeah, and look at Lemus. Lemus, he wasn't able to find any contribution on the kill, but he's just got himself 2 plates. He's up 20 CS in this bottom lane.
And yeah, we're just going to see the play here. It's an engage onto the Alistar, not 6 yet, so seems like a viable target, but look at Shernfire free hitting in this fight. You almost wish you could go on the flashless Shern, and terrible Jhin ulti.
Yeah.
Doesn't contribute anything to the fight. Dragon picked up for Ground Zero. Amazing start for them.
Yeah, that was one of possibly the worst Jhin ults of all time.
Yeah, well, I think he expected Ground Zero to run, not recognizing just how strong they actually were.
Yeah. And I think well done by Ground Zero to realize that was actually a winning trade after Kurek had gone down. It's not easy to, you know, lose your support for very minimal amounts of resources and still realize it's a winning trade. So have to applaud them for finding that. And I'm very excited to see Lemus is back because he, at least in my mind, should be the strongest champ in the game right now. Very close to Static Shiv, I dare imagine.
Can also just hang out here for as long as he wants. His HP and mana are so high. There's no dragon coming up that he's going to have to contest with his team.
Yeah.
He's going to channel his recall now, so you imagine he has some good recall. Half HP gone on this bot tower too, and I don't think they've gotten enough in the mid lane for Sengoku to justify this.
No, I completely agree. I think Ground Zero now, they are down 100 gold, but ultimately I think they're in a winning position. Only really, though, for the AD carry, I think for now it has to be said that right now it's Lemus that does have the tools to be able to get this one done.
Yeah, and who else do you want it on this Ground Zero lineup?
It's only Lemus so far.
And credit to Theon. This entire game, his wave has just been frozen in front of his tower. He's just putting on a clinic on how to play engagement.
Kurek going to be able to find that pulverized headbutt even, and now we do see Gang stuck on that tower. Solar Flare comes out, but going to miss out on Shernfire, who didn't even have the flash. It's just a clean sidestep. He's turned around on, though. That Q3 from Jet not going to find much as Alan's bandage toss only just missing.
Yeah, had ulti up on that Amumu. That could have been a little bit scary.
That is the difference between going on an Alistar at level 5 versus level 6. Kurek gets engaged on and takes about 100 damage, but Lemus here in that bot side, he's picking up another 2 plates. He's possibly going to get a 3rd and the first blood tower. And how immensely far ahead is this Zeri?
Yeah, he is going to kill this and probably recall for his full item if he wants to.
Yeah, the wave's even going to pretty much all but die, although another one now.
So that was a 4v3 loss.
Yeah.
In the mid lane.
Yeah, Gang not finding an ideal timing there as Sengoku, it's not going to be all for naught. They are going to be able to pick up 3 of these Void Grubs. But definitely, I mean, Lemus, pretty much this 2k gold lead alone, sitting with him in that AD carry position. And day and night is it seeing Lemus on the Ashe, on the Zeri versus on the Seraphine. And that's not a critique of his play, but just how Ground Zero are able to play this game.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Conqueror plays out. Yeah, there's a static shiv on Lemus. How the Conqueror plays out in the late game, mid and late game, because usually it's taken for the lane phase on this Zeri. And
yeah, I mean, otherwise it's just a fleet. I think this is much better.
Yeah, it should be better.
The Adaptive Force, you use both the Adaptive Force stats as well.
Yep, good AP, decent AP ratios on the Azeri. Leandri's finished now for Schönfire. He's very strong himself. Really only the Corki in a power trough right now for the side of Ground Zero.
Ooh, Limus, fantastic
look at him.
range knowledge, but he has to be careful. Has the cleanse and the flash. Don't really want to use them, especially considering 1.5 minutes is likely going to be a dragon fight.
Yeah, have to figure out these lane assignments if they do want to fight for the dragon on the side of Ground Zero. They don't want Limus up here if their plan is to stack these dragons.
Yeah, and it has to be said right now, while Ground Zero should be favored to win this game, I mean, they've got themselves in such a commanding position. One immaculate engage coming through from Sengoku, and they are just going to get completely one-shot. The entire team will pretty much die all at once.
This is a psycho push by Limus.
Yeah,
he
got
has none of his
Schönfire.
teammates behind him. He has Stormfire coming now. And where will Ground Zero take this ADC? Maybe they'll just leave him top and prioritize gold on this Zeri over the dragon stacking. I don't hate it.
Yeah, maybe you can just get this one more wave and then head back. He's going to complete the Cole with that wave, probably get himself one more of these tower plates. There's 3 members up here, and yeah, Ground Zero, they're just focusing on these towers. They don't really care about the dragons, and ultimately they're in a position that they could possibly even get the win before a Dragon Soul really even comes to fruition.
Yeah, this is an unreasonable amount of gold this early in the game to go onto your Zeri. Stormfire has to be careful for the Leona ulti here, but...
And look at gold. Yuhi somehow, with the least gold in the game, excluding the supports.
Yeah, has just been abandoned in the bot lane most of this game. Engage on.
Yeah, Kurak going to be going aggressive onto Gang, and that's another kill going to be coming through here, almost certainly for Limus. He does have to use that cleanse, but you're going to be happy with that. Ultimately, as one taken down, that is the lightning crash, so Limus going to be in a bit of a power trough, and Kurak doesn't care. He's just going to go aggressive here. It's just going to be a little bit of a chunk and nothing more than that. But Limus back to this top lane. 5 more tower plates and another tower going to be claimed almost certainly by this Zeri.
I think he's gotten just about every plate on his own. Oh, this is...
Oh, Elham's actually cancelling out that headbutt pulverize combo and makes it out somehow. Schönfire's going to be going down. So he's 1 kill traded back. Even the ultimate committed there, but what an ultimate actually out of Elham there. Cancelling the combo.
Yeah, I never even thought about that interaction between the Alistar and Amumu as a...
All 10.
Might have a kill here.
Yeah, all out, and Kanatu finds himself in a horrific position. He's going to have to flash away. He does manage to do so, and Tien not going to be able to follow through any further. Obviously, with that ghost, no way for him to get over that wall, but Tien somehow finding the 1v1 side lane win here on the Cassante.
Yeah, and I mean, the Gnar counterpick so far has failed completely to shut down this Cassante. He has garnered some sort of CS lead for himself, but now without the flash on the Gnar, loses so much agency for these coming fights.
So the Gang going to have his recall stopped as Sengoku didn't manage to find an angle to pick up this dragon while everyone
look at the
was
ADC
top.
items.
Yeah, 2 items.
2 items to nothing. To a slingshot on the Jhin.
Yeah, and it's essentially 4 melee champs, so, you know, we usually have 3 melee champs as the threshold for Runans being good. You're dealing with 4, well, I guess 3.5.
Yeah, and all these champs go in strictly one direction on the side of Sengoku. It is just 4 guys diving with the Jhin ulti to back them up. And if they don't execute extremely cleanly and play around the Zeri cleanse, they are just going to get one-tapped.
And looking at the kill scores, you'd expect Jet to be the strongest member of the, well, strongest champion on the Rift, but, I mean, 10 tower plates picked up by Limus, 2 towers, and, I mean, more CS than anyone else. He is feeling amazing.
Yeah,
and he is truly in a position to just carry this, as he was on that Ashe in their first game up against J-Team as well.
Yeah, Dragon picked up. No, no protests at all from Sengoku. What can they do to stop it? They have to just, if you're the side of Sengoku, you have to kill the Zeri somehow now.
Yeah, and they do have the tools. They have access to their back line. If Limus gets caught in the time that he doesn't have his cleanse up, and Amumu ult can find him, it can be a very disastrous fight. And ultimately, if the Zeri is dead, it's probably a losing fight.
Yeah.
For Sengoku, unless it's traded. If they are able to trade kills, then it's probably okay still. They do have that Triforce now available for Phyto, and he has found himself at a position of strength. As well as, Schönfire on the brand is always going to have some say in these team fights. But here comes the teleport, here comes everything, and Jet's not in a great position, but somehow it's going to be Alum finding that bandage toss, but Lemus dodges out of it. The lightning crash, 1, 2, he's looking for a third. The all-out coming through from Tien. He doesn't want a triple kill here for Lemus, but Lemus is trying to get it. Tien will secure that one. It's another clean team fight. 3 for 1, and Ground Zero are looking hot.
Yeah, Lemus uses his flash in that fight to make it out of the Amumu ulti. Thought he could get onto him while he didn't have cleanse, but Lemus wisely flashing away. Good reaction from him and picks up his 3rd tower of the game. And is just looking to take over. I think Ground Zero have just won this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're seeing the relative strength here of Ground Zero just be better than that of Sengoku. I think all the pieces of the puzzle, the draft, certainly in favor of Sengoku, but it's just the hands gap, the player gap, that Ground Zero find themselves at such an immaculate and almost unprecedented lead.
Gang just going way too early here with no one to back him up. Elm still manages to find an angle onto backline, but also has no one to back him up. This Yone just dies so quickly. You have only melee threats, really, against this Zeri, who's just putting out too much damage.
Smile on the face of Fido there. And if I was him, I would be smiling too.
Yeah, he did a great job this game, just absorbing pressure. Went down once in the mid lane after, 50 ganks on him, and they committed 3 flashes to take him out. Didn't even get his flash. As a Rift Herald now picked up for Ground Zero.
Yep, 5k gold lead. They've got that dragon stacking on their side. They've got the Rift Herald now to claim some of the standing gold, and they've got a free pick onto Kanaku, but here comes the teleport. Jet trying to trade back, but it's way too late, and now it's a 3v1 as another teleport comes through. This is going to be Tien rocking up to the play. There's an aggression play from Jet. He's trying to find the kill onto Shunfire, and he might just be able to fight it, but
no way.
Shunfire denies it by getting into that Rift Herald. What a play!
Yeah, it looked like he actually dodged the reactivation of the Yone damage by hopping into the Rift Herald.
And forklift certified.
Yeah, now they're going to pick up the tier 2 top, and I think Ground Zero are just running away with this game.
Yeah. Certainly fixing up all the kinks that we saw in that latter half of their series earlier on in the week, and they are looking completely unstoppable.
Fido has a long way to run here, but it really is only Elim. I'm not sure Amumu wins this one.
Yeah, and an inner tower solo for Lemus. I mean, he is going to have his 3rd item now.
Yeah, well, Fido picked up one for himself too. These carries are just too massive from the side of Ground Zero that having this all-in comp from Sengoku this far behind, it doesn't really feel playable. You see the Yone getting one shot in these fights on his way in.
Yeah. It's just a far higher level of play coming through from the LCO first seed. Ultimately, that's what it sort of does just come down to, and I think Lemus with a smart pickup here, getting that shield bow, is going to make him near on impossible to truly take down. Shunfire no flash is vulnerable.
Oh, correct. Barely dodging out that Amumu Q. He did have teammates close by, so might have been okay with the Alistar ulti anyway.
Now, this is something we don't usually see from our Amumu, from 665, is looking like a Warmog second. Generally, 665 just picks up a Zeke's Herald, whatever it is called. Yuhi engaged on by Kurak, but he is completely safe. Only Alistar can be there, and Yuhi free hitting, but it is just a Jhin. Elim finds his way into Lemus! Elim found it! Oh no, it's a disaster! And down will go that 80 carry, all your gold! Jet still playing fanatically! He is going to go down eventually to Shunfire, but the curtain call, can they find this brand? It doesn't look like it. Ultimately, yes, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but so much gold off the map here for Ground Zero as Lemus is found caught lacking, and Elim has turned the game around.
How has Elim done that? Lemus played that fight absurdly safely. He was letting Kurak tank every member of Sengoku, playing super far back, waiting for his team to arrive. Watch where Lemus is playing this fight. Elim still manages to get onto the Zeri somehow. They know where he is too, and he still just finds his way onto Lemus.
Oh!
Ridiculous max range bandage toss, and the rest of Sengoku very impressively actually just assemble on top of the Zeri. And you kind of wish you got more if you were Sengoku, but at this point, it's not like the other members of Ground Zero are exactly weak. You see how much damage Fido is doing, how much damage Shunfire is doing.
And now this Baron did get aggroed up as Tien tries to take down those wards. Doesn't need to, that pink ward did stay alive. But Kanatu picking up that shutdown. A reasonably big injection of gold.
Yeah, we'll be working towards his Black Cleaver, making him more of a side lane threat. Later on, Sengoku just running it down mid, as you probably just want to ARAM with this kind of comp.
Yeah, I mean, they can choose to side lane, but I think the problem is they're just so far behind that any engage that Kurak finds is probably a winning one. You know, excluding what exactly happened last fight. But now Lemus has that flashing cleanse available.
Yeah,
so even if you land that bandage toss, it probably doesn't matter. I mean, Lemus, ultimately, he can just cleanse, flash away, and he should be completely fine. And it's, I mean, the chances of hitting a bandage toss like that ever is not particularly high.
Yeah, and you have to find a way to blow Lemus's, at least his cleanse, without losing the game, which honestly just seems challenging. For this kind of all-in comp that Sengoku have, you kind of have to lose at least one member to get this guy's cleanse off of him. Baron started up.
Yeah, it started up. It's going to be taken down extremely fast with just how fed Lemus and Fido currently are. It's almost down to half HP, and Jet's going to have to look for a teleport. He does have it available, of course, as Curtain Call will be coming through. Now, Alum on the side. He is being marked here by Kurak, and Kurak got to keep this Amumu out, away from his carries. He's doing a good job so far. Kanatu, though, he does have that Mega Gnar coming up, and Jet's on a flank. This Baron, it is going to be stopped. Ground Zero peel away from it, as Kurak actually did lose half his HP in health. They're all grouped. They have to be careful. One engage could be a disaster, but Kanatu losing out now of that Mega Gnar means that this team fight lost a lot of strength for the side of Sengoku Gaming.
Yeah, but advantage Sengoku on that play overall. Ground Zero chose to make that play while they had a giant wave crashing into their bot tower. They will just go for the dragon now, and I think Ground Zero just need to reel it in. They had an opportunity, I think, to end this game very quickly, but that ship has sailed with how long they've taken to take this dragon and giving up the shutdown from Lemus. So they need to just slow it down, go back to their side lanes, and remember how strong Porky and Zeri will be, even if this game slows down and goes a little bit later.
Yeah, side lane just became a whole lot harder for TN, as we do see that Black Cleaver now finished up here for Kanatu on the Gnar. Much less strength for the Yone. I mean, sorry, not the Yone, for the Cassante. A lot of strength for the Yone. Shield Bow now picked up, but still it is Exodia here on your screen. Lemus on this Zeri.
Yeah, speaking of Exodia, TN can actually get pretty terrifying this game with how much armor he's going to be able to build. This Amumu is not going to build any more AP than this Liandry's. Gnar does a little bit of AP, has the Black Cleaver to shred armor, but he's going to be unkillable for this Jhin, certainly.
Yeah, but the Yone also doing a lot of magic damage, also has the Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, probably forced to go Jackshow. This game.
I think Jackshow would be a good item in Cassante's build here, but Baron going to be once again started up, as this time it's Kanatu. He picks up an objective bounty on the bot side, and he does have teleport, similar to Jet last game.
Low on rage.
But correct, this time he's out of the pit. He's not going to be in the pit. There's a nice little scrying orb there to make sure they see the vision here, but Lemus has found his way onto the backline. Yuhi going to be able to get on out of this engagement. It is a trade, though. The support does go down. It's a 4v5 now, as Jet going to have to commit that Fate Seal. Does get himself out of that pit, and that's so much team fight prowess gone. That Yone ult, there's no way he's getting onto that backline, but in the meanwhile, they are almost certainly going to pick up this Baron, as Kurak making sure to mark where Alum is. No chance of a steal. It is the bot side, though. You see, Kanatu, he's already got 2 towers, and now he's getting to work on the third. We have to recall, and it is going to be the recalls coming through, but the third tower is going to go down, and now there is a gaping hole in the base of Ground Zero.
Yeah, at least Sengoku gets something there, but in this team fight, we saw what Ground Zero need to be doing to win these fights, whether they're even or ahead. They split up the members of Sengoku, and the pieces of this comp do not work individually. And really nice flash from Kurak onto both the bot laners of Sengoku.
Okay, I hate this Amumu build less now. We have a Randuin's through, does well into, of course, the Corki and the Zeri, so...
Yeah, I like that. Makes sense.
But I mean, you know, Schönfire, while having a quiet game relatively so far, he is getting his items online.
He's built every component in the game.
Yeah, having a garage sale.
That's an interesting approach to the item build from Shern.
Yeah, I think, like, honestly, just going more damage would be nice, but a lot of CC coming. Yuhi, no flash. He did use it in that prior engagement, and down he will go, I think, though. Maybe Lemus, a bit too trigger happy on that ult. That is a lot of power now taken away from the Zeri, but with this Baron buff, they are going to be able to keep on pushing. And you see Jet in that side lane, going to have to teleport back. Ground Zero, they take out this mid lane inhib tower. They're going to take out this mid lane inhib. How much further can they go? They're now looking to this bot lane that TN has prepared for the rest of the team. This is certainly going to be the tower going down and the inhib, as Yuhi still has 20 seconds left on his respawn. Will Ground Zero try and press the issue? It doesn't look like they will. And I think wisely are going to back out. It is very difficult for them to find a true engage in the base of Sengoku.
Yeah, 2 inhibs taken like it's nothing by Ground Zero. And I think now this game is just over. I think Ground Zero just group 5 people top and run it down.
It may be 4. Maybe 4 people top.
Yeah, use the TP if you have to.
No, I think just having the pressure, like, you know, the minions coming into the base makes it so difficult to defend.
Yeah, just have someone buffing up the rest of the waves.
There's a minute left on this Baron as Ground Zero are deploying out to this top side. They are going to look for that vision in the jungle before truly committing to trying to take out this last remaining hope of defense for Sengoku. They do have a big team fight comp though, so one good engage. Lemus no cleanse. It's important to note because we saw what could happen.
Yeah, with these comps, you'd really rather fight in this jungle rather than your base.
Oh, he has QSS actually. He's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, really smart pickup. Good itemization all game from Lemus.
Down will go that Banshee shield. This is the last inhibitor. 30 seconds left on this Baron. Do Sengoku look for the fight? It looks like they are, but Jet's going to be found out on the side, and Tien does have to lose that all out. Jet might be able to get the opportunity to get back to his base, but Kanato now going into that Mega Gnar, and this third inhib getting taken out. Lemus is free-firing onto it as Kurak's in the middle of everyone, and Lemus, so it's these 2 carries! It's a 3-man fate sealed, but it doesn't even matter. Lemus is going ape shit in the base. That is a triple kill. That is the game. It is going to be Ground Zero, that first seed of LCO, taking the first game of the series.
Yeah, and you cannot ignore Lemus is the lesson we have learned today. You cannot give him this much gold and expect to have any hope of winning these fights. Even Fido managing to have a game for himself after the start. And just a complete outclass by Ground Zero in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It just looked like 2 different tiers of teams, right? The Ground Zero, Fido, he struggled in the early game. He lost that flash level 1 and was truly punished by just how much pressure he absorbed. And he had to absorb it all. He died only once. But in the meanwhile, it was Lemus down on that bot side. It was a 2v1 because Kurak wasn't really roaming. He was looking for vision, making sure no one's coming. But Lemus has taken 2 plates while all this pressure's going on mid. He ends up taking a tower. He goes top, gets 5 more plates, gets another tower. And this guy just had so much gold. And I think, you know, so much committed here to Jet to try and get him ahead. And they did not find what they needed to compare to the power that Lemus found.
Yeah, they did get Jet ahead, right? He got a bunch of kills, but it just wasn't nearly as much gold or as efficiently as Ground Zero were funneling resources into Lemus. Ground Zero didn't really feel like they had to do anything to get all those resources onto Lemus. They just left him in the lanes. No attention was paid to him. And that's a puzzling approach to me from Sengoku when Lemus has just been the standout player on this team.
Yeah, so far, yeah. Yeah, I think going forward, I mean, it does, we said it at the top of the day, right? It does feel like this bot lane is just superior for Ground Zero. So far from what we've seen from the CFO series and from the J-Team series, you compare the 2 bot lanes and their performances in their given series, and Ground Zero were clearly performing better. And they've shown it here as well, that they are just, I mean, Lemus especially, just levels almost, it seems, above Yuhi. Now, obviously, there is time to turn it around, and we did see that in the first game that Ground Zero went against J-Team. Now, Lemus had a similar game for himself on the Ashe, and it was Chi-Chi, I think, like 0-7 as Ezreal, but after that, really coming back, and Chi-Chi was then just almost the better AD carry from then on out. Yeah, admittedly had more sort of autonomy on the Ezreal compared to the champs that was given to Lemus. But here, I mean, now you are up in this series. Life is on the line. You're 1 game away from being able to progress further to take on whoever wins our second series. We cannot collapse now. We've got to get this across the line. We've found a draft that works. Last time we went away from it. This time, I think we just stick with it, give Lemus a carry, keep going in this direction. It's what's worked so far, and it's what looks to continue to work.
Yeah, I think last time it was borderline a war crime to pick Lemus the Seraphine in the second game. This time you will be put on trial if it does happen, so watch yourself, Benvi. Make sure we have Lemus on something with agency. Kurak also just outplaying Gang that game.
Definitely.
We saw it before actually in the Bliss series last night. This Leona into Alistar can be very scary for the Leona. If you overextend on the Leona Alistar, you find yourself under the tower. And Elim, credit to Elim, honestly just constantly finding these carries in the backline with this Amumu. Not easy when they are this fed and do so much damage to you, but because of how far behind they were, someone always had flash, someone always had cleanse, and then his teammates couldn't even really meaningfully follow up.
This might be the first time, and you know, I've been watching Oceanic Esports since like the Impunity days, since Radier was the greatest player to ever exist. And I think this is like the first time that I can remember that it's been a legitimate win out of just being much better in terms of macro. It was like just straight macro. You know, Lemus didn't find himself with 4 kills immediately at the start of the game like he did in the first series. This was just Ground Zero playing the map 10 times better than Sengoku for the entire game. They had one mistake, and that was like the most ridiculous bandage toss you will ever see in your entire life. And other than that, it was like Lemus just playing flawlessly. He was at the right place. They deployed to the right lanes. They gave Lemus so much isolated gold, while the rest of the map, you know, they're just playing safe, making sure Lemus is free to do that. They're supporting him. You know, you saw he was alone in the top side. Shenfire comes up, he sits in that bush, makes sure no funny business can go on. And I think it was just much better played. The map, you know, also it has to be said, the micro as well was also better. But I think massive credit to Ground Zero for just being so solid.
Yeah, I think an underrated part of macro as well is just understanding when you're stronger. For example, when Karak and Shenfire were able to just walk in 2v4 in the early game into the enemy blue buff, understanding how strong you are in that situation relative to the enemy team, and that felt like what really broke that game open. Once Jet goes down to Fido, Fido is just completely back in the game.
Yeah.
And is doing better than the Yone that you've spent the entire early game camping. Credit to Fido for how well he absorbed pressure this game. Ends up dealing the most damage.
And had the most kills. I guess, you know, the most damage, it is a stat that Corki tends to gobble up a lot, but I'm very impressed with how he's able to come back into that game. That was a very well played game by Fido. One of the most difficult early games to navigate.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately he navigated it about as well as you could hope.
Yeah,
you know,
I love the
easy.
MVP on Karak. I think the 2 plays that stick out in my mind turning this game around were the play at blue buff initiated by Karak, and the play under the mid tier 2 where they won a 3v4 while Lemus took a full bot tower.
Yeah.
Both thank you to Karak. Also the play around the Baron that completely ended the game essentially, where he flashed onto, I think, no, this is a later play. They've already got the Baron here. We'll see what Karak cooked up here. He had so many great moments in this game.
Oh, this was the last.
Yeah.
Well, the second, I guess, yeah, second
right
last
before
fight,
this, he had already killed Yuhi off.
And there goes Yuhi down again. And from here, that's 2 inhibs, then, you know, recall and still have the Baron buff. Enough time to take the top inhib, take the fight, and take the win in Ground Zero. Now they are in the mirrored position as they were on Tuesday. They are now up 1-0 in the series.
Yep.
We can't fumble it now.
Yeah. Stay strong, stay disciplined. I think there were some discipline issues. We got too excited to start pulling out the Lee Sin top and the Seraphine bot lane and all these strange picks last time. I think the standard draft where they're just, this wasn't that cohesive of a comp or anything. It was just a good stuff comp from Ground Zero, and they've shown that their macro and their micro is good enough to pull off these comps. So more of that. You don't have to pull out any tricks to beat these guys.
Yeah, I think that's the key, right? I think looking at the drafts, I much preferred Sengoku's draft in general, but it was just, you know, Ground Zero were the better team. They were just straight the better team. They were the better players. They were the better team. They played the map better. They played the fights better. They knew when to fight much more, I guess, surely, much more confidently. And you saw that even, like, right, that you touched on it already. 4v3. Fido finds a kill. They manage to find the win after their support goes down.
Impressive.
And it's moments like that you have to look forwards, and you have to still have that confidence going forward, because now, you know, they are 1 up. They can go. They can fight for their lives to go against the winner of our next series. But we are going to go to a break. When we're coming back, we'll see if they can get it done.
Nice. You killed me. Alright, GG. Yeah, no. GG. Nice. Holy fuck, that was a mess. Fine. I can dub for it. To dub, guys.
What up? Fuck the board, man.
Which one would I have?
OGT 奥运转播多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing.
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
本市民，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面啊，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。
台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Yeah. Come from nothing in the world, but it's all good. Catch you looking at the stars like we all should. I'll be lighting up the sky like a star burns. I've been standing in the shadow, now it's my turn. See me aiming at the mark with my eyes closed. I'll be shaping up the rock with the grindstone. Now I'm stepping up my game, got my mind set. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. When you hear them go wild, it's a home crowd. But you never slow down when it's sold out. I'll be ready for it, I can take it home. When you see me in the frame, I'm a Van Gogh. Watch the heads turn, see the sky burn. Catch you looking at my style, but you'll never learn. When it's all done, when it's all said, I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. Woo! What's good? I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. I'll be dancing in the stars like a silhouette. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flame, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody. Now we're at a position where Ground Zero 1 game away from keeping their playoff contention alive, but it is Sengoku with it all to prove because, you know, I think they had all the pieces of the puzzle sorted in that game one and still couldn't get it done.
Yeah, and Sengoku truly backs against the wall now. One more game lost and they are out of here, so they have to clean it up definitely compared to that first game. And I think we just saw a difference in caliber of especially macro, where it felt like watching one of our top PCS teams play maybe a middle of the pack or a lower of the pack team where everything Sengoku was doing was kind of just ill-advised and not that wise, and everything Ground Zero were doing was just sensible macro plays to punish overextensions.
Yeah. Now, you know what this means. If Ground Zero are able to pick up this win, LCO would be the last region in our playoffs. You know, there's only 3. That would be the only region that hasn't lost a team. They would have, you know, the PCS has already lost a team. West Point being eliminated yesterday. If Ground Zero win here, then LJL Sengoku would be eliminated and would only have LCO with their 100% of their region still represented.
Yeah, and so if we look at this from Sengoku's perspective, as they're gonna actually go for red side again, interestingly, I guess they felt like the Zeri first pick wasn't that impactful, though I might disagree based on the events of the previous game. You need to find a way to shore up this bot gap.
Yeah.
There is just a very apparent bot gap in this series, and you need to get your players on Senna or, you know, maybe a power pick like Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, they banned the Ashe, right? It was third ban, and it's going to be the second ban here.
Yeah, and that would have been the advantage of taking the blue side, is that at least forcing Ground Zero to ban the Ashe.
Yeah, because they're already going to be banning this Aurora as well. But
Ezreal banned away by Ground Zero, and
yeah, I mean, Lucian is open. It's going to remain open.
Sengoku banned the Leona this time around.
Maybe looking for a trade of that Zeri and Lucian here. And I mean, after this, yeah, there's the Zeri again. I mean, why not?
Yeah, over the Lucian is interesting to me. Usually we see a Lucian first pick here, but with how well the Zeri did.
Now, what will Sengoku go for? I mean, the Lucian makes sense, right? I don't know why you wouldn't just pick the Lucian. It does well into the Zeri. If that Zeri does pivot to the mid lane, it does well into the Corki that we saw Fido play last game. There we go.
Yeah.
Makes so much sense. Has been just an absolute staple of the meta for the past couple of weeks, month even.
Do they go for the Amumu again, or do they go for something a little more standard?
I didn't hate the Amumu.
Yeah, I think the Amumu was the one shining spot. in the comp previously.
Yeah, and you had this Gnar that, wasn't a massive CS advantage, but was just down gold because of how poorly really the bot lane ended up being.
Okay,
and
we're
it's
doing
going to be the
comfort.
Taliyah. Yeah, we're back onto comfort here for Ellum.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think there are much higher priority AP junglers available than the Taliyah, but Ellum just looked great on the Taliyah when he played it, so can't fault him for taking it here.
Yeah, absolutely not. And now is the Corki once again for Fido. Going to be a difficult lane into the Lucian.
Yeah, but I appreciate this Corki pick into the Lucian from Ground Zero. I think way too many teams are scared. They fall too much into the mind game of the blind pick Lucian, but the Corki's not that good into the Lucian. Corki is still just the best mid to pick here, and it's not like you lose through mid lane up against the Lucian.
Now, Nautilus going to be that pickup here for Gang. And can head into the 2 support bands, and we're looking to do it. The Leona already off the table. Now goes the Rel. Alistair probably should be the next look, considering how good Kurak looked on it in game number 1.
Yeah, both these LCO players, LCO supports, have just looked like monsters on the Alistair especially.
Going to take away the Jhin. Now, we did see yesterday the pairing of Lucian and Nautilus for West Point, and while they didn't get the game, well, they did. That was the game they won. Lil V actually going turbo psychotic mode. I think, the one time we've seen him actually be the person creating the montage instead of being on the receiving end of it.
I think my top play of the playoffs so far was that 1v3 outplay will be pulled off on the Lucian. See what Jet looks like on this pick, assuming it will be Jet.
Yeah.
On the Lucian.
Yeah, just wanted to touch on it in case Sengoku did prep that one as well. Zig's going to be banned away. Makes sense, right? It does seem like Yuhi is struggling a lot, but...
Yeah, Ziggs would have been a great pick for him. Just a nice wave clear.
It would lower the impact that Alum can have just by virtue of Magic Resist becoming so much better. And it's not going to be the Seraphine. We already have the Zeri. Oh, I don't like this.
So last time Ground Zero were up against a misfortune from the LJL 3rd seed, the game ended very quickly with a Ben V Heimerdinger pick.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
That game was over in minutes, actually, and there's Ben V on your screen. Behind Kurak, maybe egging him on. Yeah, there is the Heimer hover, but they've already locked the Braum, so they need a blind pick top laner here, and I don't think the Gnar, honestly, was really successful enough into the Cassante to justify going for red side again. We'll see what they have for the Renekton.
Yeah.
Could just be the Gnar again.
Yeah, could also just be this Cassante that does perfectly fine into the Renekton and ultimately has a easier job. Damn. And Fido giving us those brows.
Intimidating.
I felt intimidated too. I'm glad we're on the same page there. And so we do have our team comms locked in. It is that Cassante, which will be locked in here for Kanatu. So see what impact he can have on that champion. It's, you said it yesterday. You kind of don't get a paycheck as a top laner anymore unless you can play the Cassante. So definitely hoping that he can show some prowess on the champion. TN certainly was able to do so in game number 1.
Yeah, and this draft is a little less obvious to me. It just seems like good stuff versus good stuff.
Yeah.
With maybe soft SG's draft, champions like MF and Taliyah really love setup. They've only got the Nautilus in terms of setup. Great setup, admittedly, but maybe just lacking a little bit.
Let's see. I mean, it's do or die now for Sengoku. They could be the second team eliminated from our PCS playoffs, and that would end their 2024 very early on. You don't want your 2024 to be over in just August. So, it's the beginning of August too. There's essentially 4 more months in this year.
Yep, where you were just sitting around waiting for next split.
Yeah, they'll be able to continue supporting DFM and SoftBank, but ultimately they don't want to be supporting them. They want to be competing up against them. You heard Ray Farkey yesterday. He said they hope Sengoku can, qualify alongside them. Whether that be because of the LJL pride or if it's for, we think this is an easier team. 2 angles to look at it, I suppose. But Ground Zero, they are the team with all the momentum. They looked much better in game number 1 than Sengoku did. Now, that's the same that can be said about their series last time. Now it's time to prove, should I say, that they can get it across the line. They can cement themselves up in that next round.
Yeah, and we'll see what Sengoku are made of here. Have to reel it back in after a really rough game 1.
I like how there's a very bright star next to that Zeri icon. I think it's just coincidence, but
yeah,
I think it's quite apt after how game number 1 looked.
Conqueror again for Lima seems to be his rune of choice on the Zeri.
Now, there's not a lot of setup for this Misfortune. That is one thing I'm noticing.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to have impact on this MF against mobile carries and a Braum. But if you're Yuhi in this game, you're not worried about having impact as much as you're just worried about staying even in this game. If he can stay even, he can give his team a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. I mean, ultimately, the side here of Ground Zero with that Braum is going to have a very nice bot lane trade for themselves. Yeah, the MF very strong early game, obviously. As Tien's looking to invade. Kanatu's here, though, to protect his jungler. And actually, it's going to be a winning trade. Going to delay a little bit because one of those Qs... Oh, no!
Wow. Both flashes used in the mid lane. Fido on a sliver of HP.
What happened?
Yeah, usually level 1, the Corki does okay. He trades so well with his E.
Look, landing now on the bot side, too, is Yuhi going to be able to pretty much free hit. Limus, unfortunately, missing out on one of those Qs, auto attacks, whatever you want to see in it. Wow, nice little double up.
And I think I want to see this mid lane just be left in isolation.
Oh, look at that picture-in-picture. Oh my god. This is just Jet landing everything. Oh, okay, going aggressive now, level 2. Ignite comes down, but up goes that wall. Kirk gonna have to flash away, double up comes through, but Limus gonna be using that E to get away from his support. It's still a very heavy trade and a winning trade for the bot lane of Sengoku. Is now Jet. He gets punished. He gets pushed a little bit here by Fido as he does teleport back to lane. But ultimately, you know, Jet in a very favorable position because now he can teleport and be full. Yeah, Hook lands Kurak, puts up that wall once more with a flash forward. And it's Yuhi turning around here on the bot side. Limus going to get rooted up here, and Yuhi looking for another one, but a fantastic E from Limus means that he is not going to go down. But still, it's night and day in this bot lane as Yuhi finds himself at an advantage early on.
Yeah, it's usually the Ground Zero bot lane finding these kills early on. So, well played by the Sengoku. MF is a monster in the laning phase. Zeri not all that strong at this point in the game, and these hooks so accurate. From Gang just lands multiple hooks, and they're able to commit the MF flash to finish off Garat.
Yeah, Limus is gonna feel pretty bad about all things. I think the lane was even slow pushing back to the side of Sengoku, so the recall not coming through, but definitely a frozen wave. Tien trying to trade, but does unfortunately cop a little tower.
No flash on this MF though, Shrimpfire.
Yeah, but Shrimpfire is going to be sighted, so not really too worried, are you, as the spot side?
It's going to be seen recalling on Vision. That's going to be a double crab for Elim.
If he goes for it, he might just choose the tempo play and recall, but... Now, LCK junglers, they do like their farm. Actually looking aggressively. I mean, Fido does not have flash, and he is getting...
Has no way back into this lane.
He's getting so zoned, and gonna have to go the long way. The road less traveled. Actually sitting in this bush.
Yeah, protecting his jungler's crab, maybe. As, yeah, that is the wrong way to mid lane.
Yeah, Elim can't get it. The priority that exists in that top side, as well as just, in a way, Fido not being able to get back to his lane, benefiting Shrimpfire.
Yeah, we'll see if he fishes for anything. Decides to just take a much delayed recall, so you were right with maybe just going for the tempo being the wiser choice there. But bot lane looks like it will be okay for Ground Zero. A kill on the Braum isn't the end of the world, but
you getting confidence back, I think, might be the big thing, more so than the gold, because you would have had your confidence shattered after how poorly...
That was a miserable game.
Yeah, how poorly last game went. Even like you started off the game, and I was saying this during the break to Low here, is that, you know, many times you watch Jin, and they can miss the ultimate, you know, pull out the curtain call, miss a few of those shots. Not very often do you see the curtain call activation miss.
Yeah, you don't see... Yeah, that's not what we mean when we say someone's missed a Jin ult, usually. Ulted in the wrong direction. Being able to get this BF sword recall on MF is such a big deal, and usually just means you're going to have a good game for yourself. As long as you can first recall for a BF sword. Gang in the mid lane, going back to the well. Fido, no flash. Very low HP under his tower.
Yeah, I mean, Jet with complete dominance here in this lane.
Flash up for the Nautilus. If Jet can cleanly get this wave, and it could get very scary for Fido.
I think Gang may be spending a little bit too much time here, but ultimately it is Yuhi who feels very safe in that bot lane, right? You have Kurak on the Braum, which is a great counter to the Nautilus, but not a great punisher in that 2v1. So I think while they weren't able to find an angle onto Fido, it is still Jet with absolute control here. And honestly, maybe just protecting Jet so he can't be ganked while he is trying to get this wave crashed is more important. But Gang going to look for a hook, and Churnfire is waiting here in the bush. This is going to be a kill back 100%, but who's the one to pick it up? Well, the flash comes through. Lemus is going to match there, and wow, what a trade back, but it is the kill for Lemus, and that's the guy you want that gold on.
Yeah, being able to catch this massive wave if you're ground zero. I'm kind of shocked that Elim just isn't here to make sure his bot lane can crash such a big wave and even look for a dive with how ahead they are, but
oh, but Fido's in a miserable position. Culling's available. He has to be very careful. No flash here for this Corki, as he's not going to be able to pick up that CS, and it is almost a 20, and it will be a 20 CS advantage after this wave is crashed by Jet.
And this makes the approach to the previous game just even more puzzling from Sengoku. If Jet is this cracked in the mid lane, he's just getting advantages on his own without any resources committed to him. Elim is going to pick up the Void Grubs as his first impact on this game, really.
Does he go for the third one? He probably should. Although Shunfire's coming here, maybe going to be able to take away this. I think ultimately you don't really care. You got two of them, you got the Scuttle Crab, all good. Let Shunfire get one of them, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, you like the Void Grubs for Lucian maybe later on in the side lane, but ultimately not going to decide this game, especially since you got two yourself already. So Elim should be looking to get his ulti off and make a play now. This mid and bot lane especially are so volatile right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the damage. Look at the items in mid lane.
I mean, look at the CS.
Yeah.
He is just kind of outclassing so far in this series.
Yeah, well, I mean, you are supposed to be up in this matchup. The Cassante not really got that threat on the Renekton until you do hit level 6. And so it does make sense that the Renekton's up this stage of the game, but Fido is just staying around too long. And I think this is the thing, like generally we see at this stage of the game, the Corki just playing very, very safe, waiting till you do get those plated steel caps online, because you cannot match up to the straight up burst damage that comes through here from this Lucian. And we're really seeing it colorized on our screens.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure what Fido did wrong this game. We'd have to watch.
Oh, it was just that level 1. He just got hit by a couple of Qs, and then Jet hits level 2, immediately ease on his face. Actually, he didn't even hit level 2, sorry. It was just a straight flash.
Yeah, flash Q auto.
Yeah.
Almost kills him there on the spot. Doesn't die, but I mean, he's just so far behind.
Yeah, it almost feels like the death would have been better, right? Because the tempo you lost. He then came back to lane with teleport and took a trade that did go in his favor, but the important part was that Jet had yet to teleport. So he was able to come back to lane full HP, and because of the trade that did occur, Fido was just down half a HP bar.
And that might just be Blade of the Ruined King on the solution. He's foregone the Cull or Boots.
Yeah, very far ahead. Even with 10. And especially at this stage of the game, you would tout Renekton as the stronger champion.
Yeah, Ground Zero eyeing up this dragon for now.
They're going to know where Elim is. I think Kurak should be able to find him, but the hook lands here, and have a look at this seismic shove. It is a nice ult coming out of this MF, and I mean, Kurak is unfortunately just going to be found there. Jet did commit this teleport bot, so this frees up a little bit of time here for Fido. Much needed time to get some gold.
Yeah, gets a plate.
But the objective will be going over, and the kill as well, to Sengoku.
Yeah, that MF ult was incredible from Yuhi. The Braum gets shoved out from in front of his teammates, and it lets Yuhi just completely zone the entire backline of Ground Zero.
Oh, Jet now coming back to lane, but Fido actually trading pretty well here, but yeah, there it is, the extended trade. Just staying 1-2 seconds too long lets Jet actually get the better end of it, and with the Vamp Scepter is going to be able to heal up.
Yeah, complete domination in the mid lane for Jet. Complete domination in the bot lane, surprisingly from the side of SoftBank, SG, sorry. Really only Theon having a good time up here in the top lane.
Yeah.
And it might be at the point where Shrimfire just has to try break the game through top. This is his only lane with agency, really.
Yeah, or Tien has to try and find, when this teleport comes up, a way to support his bot lane. Because honestly, Lemus is doing fine. Obviously, with that kill, he hasn't gone down. He's staying even in farm and will scale very well. Just how much time will you have to scale? Because this Lucian is very accelerated.
Yeah, should be recoiling for his blade any minute now. Still doesn't have it. He's had all the components for it for so long. I'm surprised he hasn't been able to finish it.
Played a steel caps now for Fido, so that will help him out in those trades. But kind of as you touched on, this Blade of the Ruined King is all but finished. And when that does come through, once again, it's going to be Jet with a very sizable advantage in those trades.
Yeah, it was Elm first to finish his item, and now Theon has picked up one for himself too.
Yeah, Jet trading aggressively, and while this trade's even, again, it's the Vamp Scepter that Jet has in inventory that's going to really turn that on its head.
Yeah, and it feels a lot worse to be grouping around your mid laner when he's losing versus Sengoku, who get to group around this extremely strong priority Lucian, freeing them up to walk through mid and go to these Void Grubs.
Well, we've got a 5v5 on the cards here.
Lemus is coming. MF is not.
I think just Sengoku give these. Just we saw last game the impact an AD carry can have if you are willing to forego this one objective and give them a bunch of gold, because yeah, I think this is a wise decision from Sengoku. You're going to give over these Krugs. This isn't a game that should be won in the side lanes.
Yeah, and I really hate that MF is walking up.
Yeah,
right now, I do not understand why he's not hitting the tower.
Yeah, look, this objective is all but done. I mean, Hook lands, we're going aggressive, and wow, Kurak has been completely exploded now. With the depth charge coming through, Lemus is going to see no more play, and the culling is fantastic, and now Yuhi's coming up, maybe justifying why. Nice damage coming through from Fido, but Yuhi is completely untouched, and yeah, I mean, useless roam out of this misfortune. They do manage to pick up a kill there onto Kurak, but we could have got a bunch of plates in the bot lane.
Yeah, actually a plate just died to the creeps and went to thin air there. Yuhi showed up to just auto and Q, and these are the kind of macro mistakes we saw last game from SG that will let Ground Zero get back into this game.
Yeah, Play the Ruined King and Bloodthirster now purchased for these AD carries on the side of Sengoku. I imagine Lemus not too far away from that static shift, but yet to pick it up means that, once again, Yuhi is going to be stronger in that isolated 1v1 down the bot side. And of course, I mean, it needs not be said that Jet is significantly stronger than Fido at this stage of the game. Now, Fido, he's power trothing. He will get his Triforce eventually. He will be quite strong then, and when he gets the Mirror Mana with the poke that can come through from this Corki, you would have to actually favor him.
Yeah. Being ahead with double lifesteal carries as well is just so oppressive to play against.
Yeah.
Because you're doing less damage and they're healing it back up. And Kurak is just getting punished this game. He's...
Oh my lord.
Yeah,
that's the power of misfortune. If you get that double up, it's going to hurt.
Does Lemus have a static shiv? I'm assuming he does.
Yeah, you'd hope so. It's not that much. I think it's like 400 gold after you pick up these components.
But that is going to be another plate going over to the bot lane of SG.
Now, I mean, Jet has to be careful. Kurak here, but, I mean, look at these trades. Yeah, Kurak's going to be here, but so is Alum.
Yeah, Kurak has to actually be careful.
Up goes that Braum Wall and takes a chunk of HP away from that Braum Will Jet.
Yeah, it's never a good sign on Corki when you have to build the Heartbound axe instead of the Phage. That always feels horrible.
Oh, we've missed our Pathmaker. That's probably not supposed to happen, but we land the harder of the two abilities. So, I mean, I'm perplexed, I guess, in that interaction.
Yeah, Theon has at least managed to give his team, just a strong side somewhere on the map, and gotten himself a massive lead. Is just going to take this top tower if left to his own.
He's roaming down, maybe. I know he's going to stay up there. I don't know. I think he should probably roam down.
Yeah, he needs to have an impact on this game sooner.
He's going to be up in gold anyway. This tower take is not going to change much in that Cassante versus Renekton instance. But a lot of damage from Schönfire. The Seismic Shove does connect on him too, though, as does the depth charge. Kurak putting up that wall is going to find a lot of value in the flash forward from Tien. He's found his way onto Yuhi. That's very fed. MF is not as fed as this Renekton, but it's going to be the turnaround potentially all out now through from Kanatu, and he finds 2 kills, flashes away, but Faito's now with the damage as Jet getting aggressive, not able to find anything as he's stunned up, and Lemus will survive and take the kill, and it's Ground Zero who come out on top.
Yeah, Ground Zero just outplayed. They had no business winning that fight, but they get Theon into the fight, and it's actually Schönfire who started that fight, finding an insane engage. And the 2 carries are the ones who survive on the side of Ground Zero and get all that gold. And yes, just Schönfire opens with the ulti here. Impressive play by him, and then Kurak pops his ulti here, and this time around, Yuki is just all too happy to throw it into the Braum ulti. Loses his flash on the MF and then gets taken down by this incredibly strong Renekton. Jet also just finds himself completely out of position with this flash onto Lemus. not able to finish Lemus off, just kited out and has the Braum passive procced onto him.
Yeah, well done by Lemus there to stay alive and keep offering so much damage in that fight. Now Tien being looked at. Dominus not quite available. Here comes that Weaver's Wall. Here comes Gang. Here comes Jet. And here comes Kanatu. This Renekton will be going down. It's just a matter of time, and Jet's going to be able to pick up that kill for himself. Fighto, though, will be able to pick up that top lane tower in the meanwhile, and a nice dodge on that Winter's Bite from Yuhi means he's not going to get tagged up, not going to get dove.
Lemus a little bit low, has to be careful.
Yeah, top tower, first tower of the game, I believe.
Yeah.
Picked up there, but it is going to be answered back in the bot side, and the Dragon, second Dragon of the game.
Yeah, Fido really benefiting from how well Theon's played his lane. Gets to pick up this first tower, farm a couple more waves. Jet will take a tower to trade, and Shermfire grabs the Rift Herald.
Yep, so even trades across the map there. I guess other than the kill.
Yeah, it's just the Rift Herald for a kill, so...
This is Ground Zero up in gold, though. You wouldn't have thought it, but, you know, a lot of gold coming back in that team fight. Both carries picking up 2 for themselves. Actually, I guess 1 for Lemus. He already had that 1 kill, but 2 for Fido, I think, is the important thing, as he was quite far behind the strength of the Lucian. Now he does have his Triforce. He's getting close to getting that Mirror Mana.
Yeah, and that has to be...
Oh my god.
That has to be frustrating for Jet as the second game in a row now. Fido just has no business being in this game, but is. And is even just looking strong. Kanatu running at Theon.
Yeah, 10 gonna pop that Crab Rave emoji and get himself out. Does have the support here though, and Gang gonna watch this Renekton run away and...
Yeah, just focusing on this Renekton or SG.
Yeah, I mean, everyone else off the map. So 10 has to just... Probably should have reset with his team maybe, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened to our tempo on the side of Ground Zero. I guess Bedoink is... Sorry, Fido is taking the bot tower. Not going to get it on this wave. But no one's anywhere near stopping him. No TP's up, so another trade. Tempo wasn't as bad as I thought.
There it goes. So, still Ground Zero. You know, trading evenly across the map as Fido does get himself yet another objective. The game will get hard, I think, though, for Ground Zero if Shermfire is ever found, because this Cassante is very hard to take down. As Rift Shield going to be able to claim that mid tower, and that's just more objectives, more gold here for the side of Ground Zero.
Yeah, Ground Zero find themselves somehow approaching 2k gold ahead.
I like Yuhi's build. He's going for IE second. I think that Essence Reaver item's a little fraudulent.
Yeah, unnecessary. This time around, I don't know if I agree with the Runans on this area. Doesn't seem as good.
Yeah, I think it's not the greatest Runan's game. Probably could have just been the shield bow. But we'll see. I mean, you know, it's hard to doubt Lemus after how he looked in game 1.
Yeah. We have faith in Lemus.
Ocean Soul as well. Should be said. Obviously going to be very good for Gang and Kanatu specifically if the side of Sengoku get it. But similarly, Kurak and Tien will benefit a lot off it as well for the side of Ground Zero.
I think if you're Sengoku, you avoid fighting like the plague right now. If you look at their carry items...
Oh, Lemus! Just too damn quick with it, and now teleport coming through. The Glacial Fissure does go wide. Gang, though, he doesn't have access to that flash after using it there, but it's a fantastic shove coming through from Alum, and we have missed our misfortune yet again here as Yuhi is not really playing how you'd like, and Fido on the top side just finding that kill onto Jet. Looks like an isolation, probably a little bit of damage coming through from that brand, but I mean, that has to be said, right? That misfortune ult kind of just threw the team fight.
Yeah, and I was in the middle of saying you should not fight because you've got components on your Lucian and MF versus full completed items on the Corki's area. And as I'm saying it, Gang just flashes in.
It just sends it.
Yeah, this is just
I mean, it looks different if he lands this. If he lands that hook, it does look different.
Yeah, what a reaction from Lemus. And still, it felt like Sengoku should probably be able to get out here.
This ult, though.
This poke damage that they're landing is just so irrelevant.
There's no way.
And Jet just finds himself stuck against Corki on a massive spike for the Corki. He had Mirror Mana Triforce at the time.
I didn't bring it up, but that fight before as well, that Sengoku lost, Yuhi used his ult kind of sideways. Like, he could have just covered the entire choke and said it went sort of over the wall. And just there again, could have had a really, really 1v9 misfortune ult, really, because everyone was clumped in the same area, and he kind of used it on a 90-degree angle to where they were, and just kind of whiffs.
Yeah, just bizarre. Bizarre, really unexpected mistakes.
Yeah, this isn't like, you know, the sort of... you can't even put it down to pressure. It's just, you know, you put your mouse somewhere, press R, and it fires off.
So, Ground Zero standing around this Baron. I don't think they're really realistically going to hit it, as Strimfire is going back for his patented brand build now.
Yeah. As now Yuhi importantly picks up that IE. If he is able to find the correct angle on one of these ults at any stage of this series, it has to be now.
Yep. The spikes are a bit closer in terms of the carries now. Elim actually ahead of his counterpart, and Sengoku want to fight here.
Yeah, but I mean, Schönfire, while down in items, in theory, it is just a brand. You know, it's so much easier to have effectiveness in a fight than Alum. Now, admittedly, Alum does very well. Now, watch Tien. Tien on the flank here. Gang is going to get caught up. Kurak as well, very low. Kanatu doing a very good job to try and stop this Renekton from getting in, but Tien's going to find his way in anyway. Now, Yuhi does find one kill. I'm not exactly sure where it was. As Kanatu getting very, very low, does manage to get out with that movement, and Schönfire has to be careful. Yuhi still does have that ult here on the MF. It is going to be a 3v4 here, as Sengoku are going to try and defend, possibly. I mean, teleport now still available for this Cassante. Alum very low, though. It seems like maybe we are going to just have to give this Dragon as Ground Zero once again, just a superior team fighting, giving them another lead.
Yeah, and Thien is just looking like a monster in these fights. He's showing up with one item on this Renekton, getting on the backline and just burning MF flashes and Talia flashes out of nowhere.
It is going to be that Dragon taken down, so they do stop the stacking from Sengoku for at least 5 minutes. They're ahead in the game, Ground Zero. They're looking good. Team fighting like that, if they continue to be able to find those, if Tien finds himself on that flank to play Disruptor, should bode well for them. Jet as well, such a strong start to this game now, just falling behind. 1 and 3 from what was an impeccable start.
Yeah, just a lane kingdom in the mid lane, and has just thrown his lead, dying too much. Just some ill-advised plays from Sengoku. Now down a flash on their Misfortune, and Talia, very vulnerable champion.
Yeah, and it's a Warmogs versus no Warmogs too, so even in that support position, and Kurak, you know, the start of this game, extremely rough for him too, but truly being able to come back as Tien, wise to what could potentially be happening. He's going to pop that Dominus and just going to be able to back out now on the side of Sengoku as this Baron going to be started up. Now, importantly, if Sengoku can back off, there's teleport available for Jet, there's teleport available for this Cassante, and ultimately a Weaver's Wall that can come through from Alum. He's going to use it. He's going to use it just to get here to the fight, and he will be able to get there. 2,000 HP. Through comes that ultimate from the Misfortune. They are able to take out Kurak. They do a lot of damage to Schönfire, but they're not able to find any follow-up, as it is that Baron secured. On the other side of the fight, though, Kanatu knows this Renekton doesn't have ult. He's gone aggressive with that all out. He's able to flash away this Blast Cone, though, from Tien. Much too clean with it. Is able to get out. Now Lemus is just kind of sitting here, maybe looking for a team fight. Kanatu now getting looked at by Fido. Fido loses that teleport. Have to be careful here as Lemus. Schönfire going to go golden, and teleport coming through here. And down will go Schönfire. Jet getting aggressive. He's going over that wall. 10 kind of just teleporting in and left there standing still. That's a teleport down. They do have the Baron. 3 members will have that objective still around that buff.
Yeah, and it's getting a little bit messy now. Ground Zero aren't going to get to do maybe as much as they'd like with this Baron, though. Lemus is pushing up mid. He's alone. We'll be able to take away these Raptors from Elim, who is just 4-0 and 4. Yeah, good trade on this mid-tier 2 by Sengoku. Schönfire way overcommitted to try defend this. Maybe thought his teammates could show up, but Fido has commit his TP in the bot lane to kill this Cassante and cannot come to help.
Yeah, and so while, you know, some members of the side of Ground Zero do go down, it's ultimately their carries that sit 4-0-3 and 3-0-3 respectively, and almost going to be able to pick up that IE now as Fido, who is finding himself in a very, very favorable position. Now Gang going to get hit by that Winter's Bite as Kurak knocked up with that seismic shove, but ultimately the wall up is going to feel pretty good. Oh my god, he's very low. Yuhi finding the right position to be in, but now Warmog's passive going to activate, and Kurak doesn't even feel it.
Yeah, Yuhi still does a lot of damage to Kurak.
Yeah, working towards LDR as well.
Yeah, not weak by any means on this MF. One big MF ult can turn these games around, especially if we're fighting in the
how
jungle.
Cool is Warmogs? Kurak back to full HP. Gets punished for a mistake and then doesn't. Now, Baron buff available. 50 seconds. Ultimately, after some mistakes after picking up that Baron, the Ground Zero haven't been able to find themselves any objectives just yet, but still, you know, one more wave can come through after the ones that just crashed. What is Alum doing? Alum is cooking.
Yeah, looking for a crazy Weaver's Wall.
Trying to cook up a Katsu Don now is Alum.
Maybe just cutting the way.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall. Lemus, how's he going to get out here? So, he's going to get stunned up, but the seismic shove not in range. Jet's still going aggressive, though. Going very aggressive, and what on earth did I just witness? Alum now, he's stuck. He's not got a way out. Flash forward from Fido. Didn't really need that, but is going to be eventually able to find the kill. Alum actually trading back a lot of damage, and
and
Jet
Zero
just
completely
sending
frustrate.
it. Kurek going to be able to block up the majority of that bullet time, but I think maybe enough was done from Yuhi to stop anything forward, but that's a fantastic glacial fissure as Lehman comes flying us over this wall. And it's another kill that goes down. It is traded back, and that lightning crash will be able to pick up one more kill. Now it's only Kanatu from kind of nothing to be the last remaining member of Sengoku with all the defense to put up. There's so much time left. No Baron though, so not likely to be able to end this game, but certainly going to be able to pick up this inhibitor as Jet will respawn. What did I just witness?
Yeah, you just saw Lucian engage, I think, with his face. I think you just had to call off the play, and honestly, this could have been looked at as a success by Sengoku. Once you've chucked Lemus like this, the siege is over and they're not going to get anything out of their Baron. That is just crazy from Jet.
Alum does his absolute best here too.
Yeah. Alum is playing well on the Talia. Maybe not as much impact as you would have liked in the early game out of him, but you know, his score is fine and he's doing well. These MF ults have just not had that much impact this game since the very first one.
It just roundly gets hit there by the flame pillar.
Yeah, just goes down. Lima still has his ulti up. Never even really close to being in danger or going down.
Now, second dragon of the game should be picked up here for Ground Zero. They are now evening up that dragon score as they find themselves with a 7k gold advantage. And Sengoku, I mean, we've said it how many times now, backs against the wall and down this much gold after what was a superb start to the game. Does not bode well for your chances. That is one thing I'm completely certain about. Now, the side of Ground Zero, it seems like they are just maybe playing with so much vision that it has been kind of impossible for Kanatu to find a way in this game, right? Because we've seen Tien find these teleport flanks, but nothing of the sorts.
Yeah, I mean, in one of those mid lane fights, Kanatu spent the whole fight trying to peel this Renekton off his carries.
Yeah.
Tien still just burns both their flashes and gets out of the fight without dying. You know, a bit of a hero, silent hero maybe. Not an impressive score from Tien at all, but he's outlaned his opponent and just outperformed in team fights too, in both games.
Completely agree. The game is far from over. You still have to get this one done. Yuhi, while you know, should be a very, very dominant factor in this game, has kind of whiffed on those misfortune ults, leading to not the most impact, but he now has that Aliar finish. He's going to be burning through anyone's health if he finds a good time and good placed ultimate. Lemus, on the other hand, though, 4 items completed as he does recall, picks up that Bloodthirster. And once again, he's in a position to get this game across the line. Fido getting close to that rapid fire cannon where we see Corky's truly take over the game.
And honestly, just impressive resolve in this game from Ground Zero with how badly the early game started. Sengoku maybe looking here.
Looking aggressive. Winter's Bite connects there onto Kanadu. 10. Teleport flank again. Colin coming out. It's going to be blocked up there by that ultimate, or the wall, sorry, from Kurek. Not going to find all that amount of damage, but importantly, it is a big cooldown to be down against the Misfortune. As Sengoku is still looking aggressively. They know where Tien is, obviously, as he's cutting that wave, and Jet tries to do the same here, but a few minions escape. There's 4 minions now headed into that base of Sengoku. Shunfai getting aggressive, does get caught up there by one of those missiles. And talk about missiles, that ult! And Shunfai somehow finds a stun on Yuhi, but they're not able to capitalize just yet. Through comes the bullet time, and that's what I'm talking about for Sengoku. But Tien is not done. There's 2 found, and it's going to be Fido finding a third. Jet running for his little life. He's trying to get these resets on that relentless pursuit. He should have another one, but it's going to be Fido finding the kill. And now Alan with all of it to do. Fido teleporting in. Weaver's Wall coming through here for that Talia as he finds Fido, and maybe Fido found in a wrong position, but no, he is just too damn good. This will be the game. There's no respawns to come through. And Ground Zero, I'll be damned, have taken down the LJL 3rd seed for a 2nd playoffs in a row.
Taking them down and made it just look easy. Fido bounces back in this game like he had no troubles in lane at all. Shrimpfire spent this whole game engaging on Brand as it's only this Nautilus alive, and yeah, Nexus goes down.
What an immaculate team fight. It looked so rough. That bullet time was shredding through those health bars, but as it all started off, Schönfire finds the flash stun, commits his life, gets Yuhi eliminated out of that fight very early on. He able to get the ultimate off, but he's 1 HP. He gets immediately taken out by Phyto, who just takes the team fight into his hands alongside Tien, gets it done, teleports in, outplays Alum, and takes out the game. And Ground Zero, they're moving on.
Yeah, and looking strong too. Unfortunately, we will be saying bye to Sengoku. They will be our second team eliminated now, I believe.
And Oceania will not be silenced.
Yeah, raise your koalas.
They are now the only region in NL playoffs that have not had a team eliminated. So possibly, if you look at it that way, they are the strongest region here in the PCS.
Yeah.
100% representation still exists, whereas the LJL and the PCS have lost West Point, and now, unfortunately, with that game, have lost Sengoku as well. We do have to bid a farewell there. But what a performance out of these guys. You have to be happy. You know, Series 1, it was a massive game out of Lemus. They got it across the line and fell short after that. This game, you know, it started off rough. Phyto just getting dominated by Jet there in the mid lane, turning it around, and just MVP performance out of him after that lane phase. Just completely 1v9ing that last fight, and all credit is due there.
Bot lane just getting solo killed on repeat as well, but Schönfire finds a good play in the bot lane to be very patient and repeat that gank he made through the lane to get his lanes back, his bot lane back into it at least, but they were still behind bot lane, they were behind mid lane. Only Thien doing well up in the top lane, and even Elm picking up a couple kills to set him ahead of Schönfire. But once Ground Zero start playing around each other in the mid game and around these dragons, it just didn't even look close. I think the kills went from 5-1 or 5-2 to immediately tied up just off of one fight, and it was Schönfire who found the fight. He found two members, the support and jungle of the enemy team, and just launched his ulti and engaged the fight on the brand.
Yep. And that's the impact you can have on the brand, right? A lot of times you can be behind, but your ultimate certainly never is, and you just find so much damage, and it's one team fight, and it can really turn the tides of that battle. But MVP for the series for me is Lemus, but MVP of that game there specifically, I think Phyto. It's going to be a little bit criminal to see Lemus. I've got Phyto. I mean, 7-0-6 after that lane phase.
Fair enough,
that is very commendable. But, I mean, ultimately, it doesn't feel like Lemus will pick up the MVP for this game. He certainly was the most consistent and strongest member throughout this entire series, which sucks because if he doesn't get the MVP here, it means he didn't get an MVP out of either games, whilst being probably the best and most consistent member of the team. But, I mean, all around the rift, really, for Ground Zero, they did play impeccably, and they do move on to face whoever wins our next game of tonight. And 2 wins in the same playoffs for LCO. It continues to be a history-making PCS playoffs.
Yeah, and Lemus probably shouldn't be too worried about those MVPs. I think he'll get, if they keep playing like this, he will get plenty of chances to get more MVPs. We're assuming they'll be against J-Team, but we'll find out in the next series. And I think they underperformed based on how they played here and how they played even in the J-Team series. I think the results could easily go the other way, and I'm excited to see who they will be up against and how they'll do up against them.
Yeah, I think honestly, while I have to, after seeing this game, this series, think that J-Team are a stronger team than Sengoku. I mean, it's been proved right in the first series, and ultimately there were some really, really key mechanical mistakes. I think ultimately there was like 3 misfortune ults I think I counted in this game that were just so poorly placed.
Look at Schönfire.
You don't get away with it.
Positioning.
No, watch the stun. The stun is just game-shattering.
And his ulti has just already killed like 3 people Q-flash there onto the MF. Not afraid to just throw himself in there, and maybe that's why he's going for these early Seekers and early Banshees.
But it's Phyto, really. Tien creating space, and
yeah, finally a good ult out of Yuhi, but it's just too little too late. Phyto is massive at this point. Jet completely throwing away the lead he had in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, how could he get out? Maybe he has to go up for the top side, but I think he's just ultimately not getting out. And Alum tries, he might there, gets that Weaver's Wall, trying to defend his base. It was Phyto once again who was going to prevail. Schönfire does the most damage, a classic brand stat line.
Yeah.
But, I mean, ultimately, in terms of impact, everyone really on the Rift, I think Tien outperforming topside in the sense that he was just finding these fantastic teleport flanks and creating much more space than Kanatu was able to in those team fights.
Yeah, agreed. Also, Lemus, not to be underestimated, mind controlling the enemy Lucian to flash into 4 people.
Yeah, actually,
onto a half HP Zeri.
Oh, yeah.
Kurak kind of shaky in the early game this game, but honestly, just well played by Ground Zero to find themselves in the position they were in and just identify their win conditions, play off of Surenfire being so aggressive in these team fights. And ultimately, Kurak still did his job.
Yes.
Blocking up the MF ult, making life difficult for the Solution and MF. Invalidated both of their ultimates multiple times this game.
And nothing too surprising on the stat line. I mean, not that much damage dealt by Lemus, but he was getting focused constantly. I mean, after game one, I think Sengoku were like, all right, well, this guy is just Giga Smurfing. Let's try and take him down. And Faito's had his face up here on these stat lines a lot this series.
Yeah, I mean, considering the start, he was down 30 CS at one point.
Yeah.
In the early game, before lanes even broke apart. So, yeah, mental fortitude out the wazoo
Kurak
from
getting back-to-back.
With a back-to-back MVP.
I think this one's a little criminal.
Yeah, I think you have to do some pretty impressive things on the Braum to get an MVP. And credit to Kurak, he had a good game on the Braum.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no, I mean, obviously the early game was a bit shaky, but in those team fights, he performed perfectly well. But I do think we've maybe robbed some other members of Ground Zero here.
Yeah, you had Fido, I had Shern. To me, Shern was just playing those fights like Lionel Messi, just in front of his team, outplaying, landing all his stuns and all his spells. But here's Kurak heroically protecting his minion wave. Which, yeah, I guess lets you take a tower here. And he does land an ulti onto Yuhi as well, off of Shernfire landing some poke. And allows Lemus to follow and finish off this Misfortune. They are down numbers here already. And Yuhi's just already dead without anyone being really on his screen. Nice Q there from Kurak as well. Make sure his ADC can come in, pick up the kill.
Yeah, pick up the kill they do and pick up the series.
Yeah, clean.
We're going to get our second now LCO interview. We've never been able to get two of those.
Yeah, I'm excited
it's a
to
great
see
day.
Yeah, I'm excited to see who will be interviewing. We'll find out in just a minute. Who do you want to see in the interview?
Lemus.
Lemus?
Yeah. Who did we have the first? Oh, it was Bliss the first time, so it wasn't definitely not
any
Lemus.
of these guys, yeah.
It definitely wasn't Lemus in the first one. But we are going to go into the interview. It's going to be with Kurak, 2 MVPs. Why not? Do enjoy.
先跟大家打声招呼吧。
本日グラウンドゼロのサポートクラック選手をインタビューさせていただきます。ご挨拶の方よろしくお願いします。
Welcome to the post-game interview. Here we are with Ground Zero support player Kurak for the post-game interview. Let's have Kurak say hello to the fans first.
Hello, you guys. Thanks for supporting us, and hopefully we make it far in the tournament.
首先，非常恭喜你们获得今天的比赛，这是你第一次来到 PCS 季后赛打比赛，也是你们赢的第一场系列赛。想问一下赢下来之后的心情。
まず勝利おめでとうございます。PCS プレイオフの初勝利を取りました。今の気持ちを教えてください。
First off, congratulations for a win in today's game. This is actually your first game in the PCS playoff, and it is also your first series of win in the PCS playoff. I want to ask you about your feelings right now.
Yeah, so we feel pretty confident going into other series. We would like to improve ourselves very rapidly, and obviously last series it wasn't the best. So we want to play a lot better. And I'm feeling very confident, obviously, and hopefully we get to stage 2.
我非常有自信，现在赢下这场比赛，我感觉非常的好。那我们跟上次比起来，我们今天的比赛内容以及所有方面其实都有非常大的进步。然后，所以我现在非常有信心能够进入到第二阶段的比赛。
前の試合と比べたらあんまりよくは。前の試合はあまりパフォーマンスは良くなかったんですけれども、今日の勝利をもってステージ2の進出への自信も結構増えました。
今天的比赛内容跟上一场比赛看起来是非常的好，进步了非常多，尤其是你们在线上的处理以及在物件的处理上面。想问一下，今天比赛之前你们做过什么样的调整？
今日の試合内容は前と比べてすごく上達しました。連戦とオブジェクトの対応も見事でした。前の敗戦からどのような修正をしましたか
？So today's game seems a lot better and more smoother than the last game we saw, especially in your laning management and also their macro management. I want to ask you, what kind of things do you guys fix before coming to today's game?
Yeah, so game 2 today, I didn't have the best laning phase, but it was whatever. We just went back to our roots. In the first series, we didn't really play that well. I think everyone was just a bit nervous to play on stage for the first time. Even I was nervous, which is obviously my first year. But we just looked at the basics, we ran everything down, and it looked pretty good for us. It was very minor fixes, and it was solid.
我觉得跟第一场比赛相较，我觉得我们那个时候可能大家都比较紧张，因为也是我第一次来季后赛打比赛，所以我们其实做了很多的调整，然后也看了之前的比赛，做了很多不一样的进步。然后我觉得我们个人每个选手都进步的非常多，也更有自信，所以今天就把那些小问题改掉之后，今天就表现得非常好。
前の試合の時やっぱり緊張してて、みんなのプレーはあんまり良くはなかったんですけれども、今日は、気を取り直していろいろ修正した結果は、今日かなりいいパフォーマンスができたと思います。
今天其实是你们的生死局，那听说你也特别跟学校请假来打比赛，想问一下有没有什么话想要对你的老师或者你的同学或者是你的粉丝们说的？
後がない中、今日無事に勝つことができました。クラーク選手は PCS プレーオフに出場するために学校を休んでいると聞きました。ファンの皆様、そして学校の先生や友達に伝えたいことはありますか？
So today is actually a do or die match. We heard that you took a break from school to play in the PCS playoffs. I want to ask you if you have anything you want to say to your teachers, your classmates, or your fans.
I would like to thank my school from letting me have this sleeve. They accepted it finally. I would like to thank all my classmates, my family, my friends, all in Twitch chat. Spamming Kurak's the best, number one. And yeah, I hope we make it far.
首先，我要非常感谢我的学校在最后就是同意我来这边打比赛，让我能够请假。然后我要感谢我的家人以及我的同学，还有我的老师，都在后面支持我，以及看着我的观众一直在这个讨论区一直在说 Kurak 加油加油。所以我要非常感谢大家能够支持我。
まず学校に感謝ですね。休んでいいよっていう許可が出ました。そして、学校の先生も友達もファンの皆様ずっと、私のことを応援してくださって本当にありがとうございます。
如果你们在周六也可以赢，然后 Team Blitz 在周六也可以获胜的话，你们将有机会在星期日碰上他们。你觉得你们有没有自信可以做到？以及你觉得 Team Blitz 也有可能跟你们在星期日碰上？
土曜日にグラウンドゼロとチームブリーズ両チームが勝っていれば日曜日に対戦する可能性があります。勝つ自信はありますか？そしてチームブリーズも勝ち上がってくると思いますか？
So if you guys win in Saturday, and also if Team Blitz won in Saturday's match, you guys have a chance to match each other in the advancement match. I want to ask you, do you have the confidence in going to that match, and also do you think Team Blitz can make it?
Yes, I've obviously seen Team Blitz grow from the first part of the season. They've improved a lot recently. I think to this PCS trip, they've improved a very good amount. So I think they have a good chance against Frank, to beat Frank. And hopefully we do in our next series because we are looking obviously pretty well. And if we reverse them in the advancement match, hopefully it's a good match.
其实 Team Blitz 在这一场比赛进步的在 PCS 季后赛进步的非常多，然后我们一直都跟他们有练习，然后我觉得他们因为实力很坚强，跟对上 Frank 其实有机会赢的，然后我们也有可能机会赢，所以其实非常有希望能够在最后的这个星期日的比赛能够遇上他们的。
実は今回の PCS のプレーオフの中でチームブリーズはすごく成長しているように見えます。そして、もちろん FAK との対戦もかなり勝つ可能性が高いんではないかなと思っております。もちろん、グラウンドゼロも勝てる自信もあります。
Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛，我们把镜头转回主播台。
Thank you very much once again for the interview, Paddy. And I think one thing, the biggest takeaway, because it was repeated 5-6 times, is that he wants to do well. And I'm not too surprised by that. But another takeaway is that I think Kurek might just be the nicest guy on the planet.
Yeah. Got a break from school to be here. I didn't know he was that young.
I think, yeah. I don't know. But he's a beast. He's an absolute beast, and he played this series very, very well. And he does, yeah. I've seen the Twitch. You watch the LCO Twitch chat when the grand finals are going off, and everyone's loving Kurak. And I can see exactly why. Because that interview, it was just so nice, so humble. You know, we're hoping to do well. And based on that series, I have pretty good faith in them to be able to do well. You know, we're going to find out who they're up against. Once again, congratulations to Ground Zero. And it's sad to see Sengoku leave. There were some exciting moments. I mean, some displays of laning from Jet that were very impressive, and Alum as well in that jungle position. It is going to be sad to see them go, but we can't dwell on it for too long, because coming up next, we're going to have another civil war in the PCS. CFO, who should be contending for Worlds, not looking in form at the moment, taking on J-Team, who are hot off a win against Ground Zero, who we just saw. We'll see if they can get it done.
Nice. Eyes on you. No. Andera mucho. ¿Qué más me
Play
Corky. Nice. TP. Wait.
None.
We in? I will TP guys. No.
I need to kill him.
You can't.
12,000.
You can.
Yeah? I don't think you can.
He's weak, bro. He literally. Like, he does no damage, man.
Nice. Good.
Champion's not real. Order 15. I thought I carried that, but I guess I overextended.
You flashed into 10 of them.
Yeah, but MF, I stunned MF, but I blew them up.
Oh my god.
Now, why am I not killing them? I need to check.
Let's taste the sweet nectar of victory, please.
No hands ending, boys.
Listen, next time you flash into 10, I am not jumping in.
Sure, come on. Hey, divide.
OGT 奥运转播多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境与奥运选手同框，加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing.
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your third flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面啊，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道。
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅临蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特此献上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛臀骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
To this, you gon' buy me a diamond. So jump on it. Come on down, know you want it. Raise them glasses to the sky. It's our time, we own the night. We got tonight to be happy. Let's take our time and be happy. Come on, baby, won't you dance with me? Say, ooh la la, I like the way you feel. Ooh la la, don't be shy now, let me say. Ooh la la, I betrayed me. Counted corners on my windows far too long. Will you be gone? Blame the rain. A perfect day to stay inside, safe and sound, on solid ground. And I don't have a choice or two. Have to live with you. And pulled down by gravity. In my agony, anxiety. Close the door. Here outside, feel insecure. Should not forget. I'm all set to face the day. I may always take a getaway if I fall through, like I used to do. And I don't have a choice or two. Have to live with you. Pulled down by I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, it's changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. There's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming to drain. I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding again. Start running away, away. Battle through the pain, transforming the game. I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same. As my decree. I'm no immortal, but my fire will never die. They take me for a fool, I'm taken for a ride. The more my feet are battered, the more I'm taken down. The more they think I'm innocent, I'm fighting from the ground. 'Cause I can take this pain, is changing me. I will rise up to the moment and I won't stay the same. That's my decree. Burning like a flame, I'm coming a train, I'm coming your way, your way. Thunder with the rain, I'm flooding the game, start running away, away. Battle through the flames, transforming the game, I'm storming your way, your way. And I won't stay the same as my decree.
So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire. Welcome to the fire. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. So welcome to the fire. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher.
Welcome back, everybody. Exciting night ahead of us as now it is Civil War. We've got J-Team up against CFO. It's a matchup we've seen time and time again this split, and it's always gone one way. It's gone to CFO. So let's see, can J-Team continue what was a very decent first series up against Ground Zero?
Yeah.
Can they bring that momentum on now to take down CFO?
Yeah, and as we've just seen, Ground Zero, no slouches, and J-Team having to pull some miracles out, especially out of Minji. He had an incredible series against Ground Zero, essentially putting the entire game on his shoulders. We did express our doubts earlier in the nights about whether Minji would be able to do that up against the likes of Gory, and specifically CFO, who like to put so much priority on the mid lane. Jungle support always hovering Gory.
Yeah, CFO on your screen here. Driver, Kasa, Gory, Shun, Sword Art. A lot of big names, and honestly, the one that doesn't stand out is also their best player thus far in the summer. It is Shun. That's the guy you really have to watch out for on this lineup, because no one really goes in thinking like, okay, this Shun guy is an absolute demon, you know. Damn, look at his career. That's not who you think of when you look at CFO, but he has been by far their biggest carry threat.
Yeah, just absolute standout Shun, consistently getting himself advantages, getting strong in every game, positioning well in team fights, and just being the rock that occasionally, I mean, not occasionally, far too often CFO have needed against what should be weaker teams.
Yep. And it's the same here, right? They should be the favorites. They have been all season long, and you know, J-Team, they look more fired up than they did.
Yeah.
Ultimately, but
I think that first loss to Ground Zero really lit a fire under them, especially Minji.
And Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was 0-7 at one stage of that game.
Yeah, started the first game embarrassing. Lost to the Ground Zero bot lane, just getting styled on, and
turned it around.
Yeah.
Very, very big turnaround after that. Lakai, Lalva, Minji, Chi-Chi, Enso on your screens here is going to be that J-Team formation. Now we have to see, do CFO continue the trend of just banning all Lalva's champs? Probably.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, he is not the same player. Or at least, maybe it's just J-Team don't function the same when he is not on those three, you know, the Maokai, the Sejuani, or the Ivern.
Yeah, and the big question going into all of these drafts is going to be Aurora.
Yeah.
You're assuming CFO are going to be on the blue side here. So they shouldn't have to ban this champion. It is first pick worthy. Minji has certainly shown he can play it. Gory has not yet. So maybe if you're J-Team, you take that risk. You are the underdog here, so let Gory have the champ. Maybe he's unfamiliar. Gory, when he finds himself behind, often just kind of runs it.
Yeah, this is very true.
So maybe you take that risk, let him have the champ, see if Minji's got something he can beat him. Minji might be more familiar with the champ, and that is an advantage even when you're up against the champ, right?
Yep, absolutely. And it's got to be stated, right, is that we've said it along the regular season a lot, and so for anyone joining us now that it's the playoffs, a lot of pressure gets put towards the mid lane, for CFO, but it's not because they want to give Gory an advantage, it's because they're saving him. It's often he is playing way too aggressive, he's taken a terrible, terrible trade, and he just finds himself needing rescuing from Sword Art and Casa, and they just have to go there. So I think I want to see him not find himself in that position. He really needs to just find a solid lane phase for himself, come out even. Even's going to be fine because you have Shun, you have Driver.
I just don't think Gory is capable of losing gracefully. I think either he takes over a game.
Based carry. Maybe they're
33.
listening to me. A 33 KDA, only the one death.
The reassuring carry is just the perfect way to describe Shun.
Yeah.
He is just so reliable. He's always there. And I think, you know, if you're a CFO or a CFO fan, you're thanking the heavens that you have this guy on the team being so reliable. Essentially, on his own, Shun just elevates the caliber of team that you can even ever lose to. And J-Team so far have been just a caliber below CFO because of mostly this guy.
Yep. Here we go. No more Aurora for Minji.
Yeah.
Yeah, actual Northern Lights player. What an absolute nuclear weapon he is on this champ.
92% KP in that game, 40% of his team's damage.
He had something like 15 kills by the end of it
As
a mid laner.
He was winning 1v3s.
Yeah.
Getting ganked, killing everyone, outplaying.
Yeah, and honestly, it bodes well, right? Because Minji, he is not an AD carry player. Now, he liked the Tristana. He liked the Tristana for years.
Yeah.
But other than that, that's pretty much it. And so when he can play the mages, he just seems a lot better. And Aurora being one of them. Hopefully, I mean, for the J-Team fans and J-Team players, you do hope that he somehow manages to weasel his way onto an Aurora pick, but I have...
You'd have to be out of your mind on CFO to let him have that pick.
Yeah, there would have to be some form of...
Especially because we haven't seen Minji play like that. We know he's capable of playing like that, and he's done it in the past, but we just haven't seen that from him at all this split until he just... Ground Zero lit a fire under him, let him have Aurora, and he took over.
Absolutely. Now, Zeri going to be banned, Rumble as well.
Yep, Rumble still seems like a mandatory ban against Driver.
Yeah, very specific, I think, to Driver. He has just not one-tricked it, but he was like the original Rumble before it was being picked every game, other than by him. And so now that, yes, it's slightly weaker than it was, in Driver's hands in particular, it's still going to be a very difficult champ to navigate against.
Yeah, on the other hand, the Maokai Elava specific ban.
Yeah, so he's going to get his hands on one of the champs as long as... Well, I mean, Casa actually plays the Ivern. He's the only other jungler in the PCS that plays the Ivern.
CFO could also just first pick Sejuani. That's a very valid first pick these days, especially with Gory being so good on the Yone.
Yeah, not likely. I think probably just makes more sense to ban it here and then take the Ivern. Yeah, I think this is probably the game plan because, again, like the only two players in the PCS playing the Ivern is Casa and Larva, and we know Larva does not perform as well when he is not on those one of those three champs. Let's see. I mean, one ban to come. They could just ban the Ivern, and
Aurora.
Casa's going to feel a lot better in that situation than Larva would.
Aurora and Ashe both open. This should just be the Ashe snapshot for CFO.
Fantastic Ashe player.
Oh, his Ashe arrows are so ridiculous.
Lemus-esque.
Yeah. Lucian banned away does raise the priority of this Corki pick, especially because Minji doesn't really play the Yone, not to the level that Gory is able to. We will be giving up the Ashe here, and God forbid we see Shun have to play Ziggs into it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's the only champ we've seen him play poorly on. It will be the Ashe locked in. I would expect an Ivern to follow.
I think a Leona makes sense too.
Yeah, I don't think you need to pick the Leona here. You're probably just okay with whatever. Melee champ. And Braum's still open, so if they pick the Leona before bans, you can just lock in the Braum.
And honestly, with Zeri and Lucian gone, there's nothing obvious to take mid lane into the Corki, right?
Yeah.
Usually
you can just go Azir. Azir's perfectly fine, and Minji's really good at Azir.
Yeah. And we were talking about this earlier today, where we don't feel like enough of these teams just go for their comfort over just what the meta is telling them to pick. Renekton actually being prioritized here.
Yeah, I mean, it can just instantly be answered with a Jax, and Driver loves the Jax, so I expect it to come through.
Yeah, even a Gragas, I think, does quite well into the Renekton.
Yeah, you might not want the Gragas, though, because you probably want Caster on an AP.
Yeah, several approaches you can take to the draft. CFO not locked into anything yet, but up against, so far, a very strong early game.
Yeah, Caster hovering the Lilia, probably locked in. Makes sense to pick the Jax or the Gnar for driver. Very good at both champs. And Kennen, maybe. I mean, I don't like the Kennen, personally.
Yeah, you've already blocked an AP jungler, so this seems bizarre.
Yeah, and Renekton won't really suffer that much as long as he can get them Merc Treads online. Now, they have been nerfed on this patch. They are going to take a little bit more to get to, but maybe choosing instead for this Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante makes a lot more sense to me. See if it does get locked in.
Yeah, I think the problem with the Cassante can be that Ashe actually now is just building Blade of the Ruin King. Yeah. So we'll be able to shred through the Cassante's health bar, and yeah, a little bit vulnerable to the mobility available for this Cassante, but in general should probably have enough peel somewhere in this comp that it is definitely a survivable interaction.
Oh, and this could be Minji going for Talia.
Yeah, I like it. Get him on the mages. Oh, I mean, he's good at Tristana too. If there's any AD carry I want to see Minji on, it's the Tristana.
Yep.
Definitely different now, won't have that Q available, but still, you expect him to be able to perform.
Yeah, this was already kind of a quirky favorite matchup, and with the Tristana nerfs, it should be very quirky favored. This is great setup for an Ivern pick for J-Team. Though I'd be surprised if CFO really let them pick it here, unless the matchup is just unplayable into Lilia.
Zig's going to be banned away.
Yep.
I think
Shun,
any CFO fan probably feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, Shun is grateful for that Ziggs ban.
What? I don't have to play this really boring sit there and hope your team wins champ?
Yeah, the other go-to is Jhin. Sometimes we see the Ezreal too, but I think the preference has been Jhin as of late into the Ashe.
Could be Misfortune. Really, really good with the Lilia, of course. Ultimate not waking up sleeping targets means if someone falls asleep, you just one-shot them.
Yeah, always forget about that interaction. No Braum.
Yeah, I think a Braum ban here for J-Team might be good. Just ban away the Braum. Oh, they could pick it, to be fair, and Braum Ashe is quite scary.
Yeah, and gives you a ridiculous early game.
Yeah, and also you just have 3 auto-attacking champs. I think you can blind pick Braum in this meta.
J-Team have decided they'd rather play against the Ezreal than the Jhin.
I guess the one thing you'd worry about the Braum is Shun is a Kalista player, and we have seen Renata picked already.
Yeah, true.
So it could just, you know, if you pick the Braum here blind, maybe you get answered with a Kalista Renata, and then that lane becomes probably favorable for CFO, just the Braum not really being able to interact that well with those champs. Now, admittedly, Kalista not that great into Ashe, being, you know, you're kind of hindered a lot in your power.
Yeah, she can auto-attack and reduce your attack speed, which never feels good. Braum does get banned away by CFO, and J-Team will most likely pick their jungler here. Like the brand, for Lava, Surenfire having incredible games with the brand today. Let's see if Lava can carry on the brand performances.
Will be locked in. So AP junglers for both sides.
And specifically this top jungle duo, Renekton Brand, has been absolutely horrifying to play against.
Yeah.
So Driver has his work cut out for him, trying to stay alive up here. Shun, unsurprisingly, going to go for the Jhin. And J-Team are going to get to pick Enzo whatever he prefers. He's going to get to see the entire enemy bot lane and take something he's comfortable on. I like Bard a little bit.
Yeah.
Does depend on the support pick.
Yeah, very hit or miss, but Sword Art is a fantastic Bard. He's played one game with Bard.
For Enzo, sorry.
Oh, for Enzo? I don't think we're seeing Enzo play Bard. Oh,
this has to be a troll hover after how it went the first time.
All right. Fixed. He's laughing.
Yeah. And Sword Art looked quite good on the Alistar. Once he got the Pantheon out of his system, he had a great game on the Alistar.
This is true. He's good for one int. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh! Okay. I think engaged support makes sense, but...
Well, the good picks into the alley. Rakan doesn't strike me as one.
It's okay, though. I mean, just... It's whatever, you know. Honestly, the only sort of matchup that has seemed favorable in terms of these engages, Alistar doing well into Leona.
Yeah, Leona seems scary into the
But
Alistar.
also, I think that's less so because the matchup's rough than it is the Leonas choosing to go in.
It's matchup knowledge.
Ridiculously poor timings. Yeah. Because we are going to get the rel. So, I mean, I don't have a favorite coming out of draft in terms of the champions. But in terms of the teams with nameplates on, you have to favor CFO, of course. Just so much experience, and you know the caliber of these players, and their peaks are just so high. Gory possibly the highest peak of any player in the PCS, but also the lowest trough.
Yeah, I mean, Gory, when he's at his best, is just a pleasure to watch. He's playing on a knife's edge constantly. Always looks like he's dead, he's griefing, he's out of position, lives on 1 HP, kills a couple people on his way out. But when that doesn't work, it of course looks horrible. I think I might actually slightly prefer J-Team's draft, mostly because of the jungle picks. I really have seen the brand perform a lot better than the Lilia. Only Junjia has looked impressive on this Lilia pick. Everyone else has looked a bit lackluster in my eyes. And we'll see if Karsa, if anyone's going to live up to the Lilia of Junjia, it'll be Karsa.
Yeah. Yeah, massive name and a lot of experience.
Yeah, and we're waiting for Karsa this split to have a moment like he did in last split, where, we remember this is Karsa, this guy is a legend, and take over some games and
he did at the beginning of the split, right? As Nidalee at the start of the split was just 1v9, but quickly did that go to the wayside for whatever the reason may be. As we do now head into the Rift, it is our second series of the night. Winner of this game will be progressing into that second stage, going up against the likes of DFM, who we saw promote yesterday.
Yeah.
SoftBank, Hawks, I mean, they went second last split. That's a big team. They've kept their roster together. And look, I haven't even touched on them yet, but PSG Talon, who I think coming into this playoffs should be everyone's favorites to take it all.
Waiting atop their mountain, just feeling insurmountable at the moment. We'll see who can make it to even face them. And if last night,
a large sigh.
If last night taught us anything, it's that we cannot write off J-Team.
Yes, yeah.
The Civil War last night did not go how we anticipated it would go at all, even though we had seen those teams in West Point and Frank play against each other so many times. It was just a ridiculous game, and I'm expecting similar. Playoffs is just a whole different beast.
Yeah. Absolutely. We'll see, though. I mean, they've got the odds stacked against them. Obviously, they've put themselves in a pretty good position in terms of this draft. There's no complaints from me, but we'll see what they can actually get done. Lakai here trying to delay the jungle start of Karsa, but similar to what we saw in the Ground Zero series, Driver's going to be here to defend.
If we are going to complain about these drafts,
Lakai is completely unfazed.
Yeah, I don't think this...
I mean, ultimately, he's never getting pressured in his lane, so he does have the freedom to do this.
Yeah, I guess he chunks Karsa a little bit, but I don't know if it really slows him down.
That was so close. If I was Karsa, I would have walked back to my blue. I would have been certain it's resetting. But you could argue he's better than me, that's for sure.
Slightly.
Yeah.
Don't sell yourself short. If I am going to complain about CFO's draft, the problem I see with it potentially is priority.
Oh, true.
I could see a lot of priority going for J-Team. Maybe only Corki getting priority in the mid lane.
Yeah. Yeah, this is true, which frees up Lalva a lot if that does tend to be the way this plays out. But we'll have to see. Sometimes just mistakes come through that changes how everything is supposed to go and how you expect things to go.
As for... So, we haven't seen much of CFO, but it felt to me like the way they managed to beat SG, after the first game, they just decided they were doing way too much, reined in the draft as, very close, trades in the bot lane. Shun is going to get his 4th shot and maybe look for a flash, isn't able to do it. Ashe is so annoying.
Yeah.
When you're trying to move, as you often are trying to move.
No stand and deliver in this kind of elo. That's one of my favorite things.
Wow, he interrupts Enso's back as well. That's so annoying. No vision for Shun. Still finds him. Both supports just taking a recall.
Yeah. Just
weird.
Off they go. I mean, yeah, maybe off to a different lane.
Yeah, favors the Ashe, especially when she has shoved. Jin is so depressed trying to last hit by himself under tower at this point.
Yeah, I mean, sort of going back to help as Jin. It kind of has to as this wave would bounce back, but...
Karsa Lava running into each other.
Yeah, and importantly, it's going to be Lalva who can get here. I mean, sorry, Enso who can get here first. Nice stun up by Lalva as he finds a favorable trade, but it is going to be That scuttle picked up by Casa.
And that was unacceptably cowardly from Lava with all the top priority and his support coming. I'm not
they
sure.
didn't know where Sword Art was.
Yeah, fair enough, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Karsa's just going to pick up 2 crabs that he should never be picking up with priority and with no priority in either side lane, so he's going to feel good about that.
Sword Art doing a fantastic leash here, about 150 damage between 4 auto attacks.
It's all about efficiency. Lava never going to find anything up here. His camps are spawning at the same time as Karsa's going to go get his raptors at the very least.
Oh, bit of a tempo play there by Enso.
Yeah, makes up for the couple autos that Sword Art threw on the crab, maybe. Because it's actually Gory with a little CS lead for himself, and Karsa starting to get a little pissed off at this guy, I think.
Yeah, watch yourself, Enso. Damn. Well, there you go. I mean, he's...
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, okay, well... I mean, Enso actually getting Lava back some of that gold he misses out from those scuttle crabs, so...
Yeah, that feels good. Can go pick up his raptors now and makes up for the crabs he's lost. Yeah. Priority now for Minji.
Casa a little greedy on those recalls, huh? By the way, no one that hasn't watched the PCS regular season would have seen this, but we have had games where Casa has single-handedly lost because he has flashed to smite steal a scuttle crab before. So this guy takes his scuttle crabs extremely seriously.
Yeah, and he'll be overjoyed to get 2.
And that was on Ivern. That wasn't even on a carry champ. He was just Ivern smiting for a scuttle crab.
Yeah, some puzzling maneuvers out of a bunch of the members of CFO, honestly. We've seen strange things from these guys that you'd never expect from players of their caliber.
Except for Shun.
Yeah, Shun, our beloved.
Actually, I take that back. That teleport for Ziggs that time, if you remember.
No, I don't remember. Was it
he died as Ziggs and he teleported back bot when there was still all 3 members that had just dove him, sitting at the tower and just got dove again.
Yeah, I've erased that from my memory. Gory, Valkyries
I don't know if he wanted to Valk that way. His level 6 hit for Minji, and Gory getting taken down very low. Minji just standing and delivering. There is a big one available. Minji not going to be able to dodge out of that as Sword Art arrives, and Enso does as well. Ignite for both of these supports. Oh,
let's go.
Sword Art, you beast. Minji gonna go down the fleet. Not gonna be enough. Oh my god, no! Oh god, that's an absolute disaster.
I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. Gory has lost his flash now. Karsa gonna snipe Minji, not quite. Oh my goodness. So Sword Art's used both his sums. So has Gory. Minji now finds himself in a great spot in the mid lane. Karsa happy to pick up the CS, but...
What did I just watch? Sword Art, no summoners now. He's stunned up and he's getting taken very, very low, half HP now. Oh, God. Oh, no. Scuttle Crab and Casa.
Oh, no.
The antics don't end here. Curtain Call coming out of Shun. This should be pretty good. There's no ultimate available for Chi-Chi, just using it. Cleanse came out. As you saw there, you can see the summoners. It was a trade of that Ash ult for that Jhin cleanse, but it was Lava who picks up that Scuttle Crab. But what happens?
I thought Minji might have really griefed this. First off, I don't know what Gory is cooking here, but Minji autos a creep here, and that feels pretty bad considering how close this fight is. Maybe he could have just committed had he not autoed that creep. Sword Art shows up, and I cannot believe, honestly, I thought this was an amazing play by Sword Art. I thought the Ignite and the auto here is always enough to kill off Minji, but isn't quite. And then Gory flashes not an auto rain.
Loses his mind.
And goes down to the tower.
So I cannot believe how many unfazed people were in that booth right there.
Yeah, only Ursan really having a giggle.
I'm not sure. It is maybe a social media person, but the lady at the back, she was quite excited. But wow.
And these mid lane items are pretty devastating now for Gory. As you see, his trade doesn't go too badly there.
Is this not just classic CFO, though? Like, the reason the Ignite doesn't kill is because Sword Art was just level 4. So, like, it barely does more damage than the Grievous Wounds pot, and he did get 1 Fleet Footwork auto off, which is what I actually think may have kept Minji alive. Like,
Yeah,
it was certainly single-digit health.
Yeah, and I thought the Gatling gun would actually kill him, but Gory just doesn't get in range to finish him off. And what is it about these playoffs? There must be a gas leak in the stadium. Minji has forced Gory back and isn't going to get some uptime on this tower.
J-Team ahead. Oh, there's just no way to predict this PCS playoffs.
Yeah.
Except for DFM.
Now, Shun has to be a bit careful. Yeah, DFM just being clean with it as CFO are showing up to this dragon.
Bowling ball comes down, and Enso does get hit there by that deadly flourish and flash away from Casa, but Minji trying to find the damage, not going to be able to. The rocket jump, but yes, he will! Lava flashes over, now Gory is in a bad position. Shun trying to find the damage, but he is but a Jin, and a fantastic flash from Enso. Is it going to be enough? And yeah, Chi-Chi, a high display of mechanics, and Shun trying to run away, a fantastic cleanse. And Shun, the curtain call, no! Oh my god, he finds it!
Wow, and where was Minji while this was all happening? Minji was alive. Was he chasing someone or never managed to get there to help Chi-Chi? That fight looked so good for J-Team, but I think it's CFO who take the win.
Bowling ball coming down.
Yeah, fourth shot for Shun means he always wins this. And there is all reliable.
How did that fight turn out that way?
Yeah, I cannot believe they won this fight. As I mean, Enso is just not in this fight at all. He begins it dead. Minji, the fire that has been lit under him is just so aggressive. Lava completely whiffs his flash. Corey, nice dodge on the W there. And Shun also just flashing in. Every carry just flashing in. Chi-Chi just doing really little damage in this fight. I wonder if he's missed a recall at some point, because I can't believe Shun doesn't go down here. The health pot is just out-sustaining the Ashe damage, which doesn't feel right to me. He must have been down items.
What did I just witness? Well, it's now CFO in the lead.
Yeah, and all the kills on Shun, all reliable. Somehow finds himself 3-0 once again. Benefiting from all the chaos, just plays it well.
Yeah, exceedingly well. Now Enso looking aggressive onto Gory, gonna have to use that Valkyrie. And the fight one happened, but it's time now, ladies and gentlemen. Fight number 2, these Void Grubs. Smited away from Lava is the first one, but not going to be easy now with that smite being down to pick up a second. Casa alongside Shun able to get that one. Kicks flash channel from Enso, not going to play that much of a part in this fight as Gory trying to find his way back in. Neither of these top laners being here, but both with teleport available. Certainly can get there. The deadly fire landing on Chi-Chi, and Sora tries to find his way onto him, but not able to do so. The blasting lullaby comes through, but they're not able to get there. Nice amount of disengage coming through from Enso as he's trying to keep these carries alive, and Minji is going psychotic. There's a reset, rocket jump out. Sword Art even taken. That's a double now as Shun turns it around yet again. Old reliable. He's got that cleanse. He's going to get out of that slow, but Gory stunned up and dodging, dipping, diving. Chi-Chi, he's going to be blocked now by Lava. Gory going to go down. Oh my god, and a deadly flourish, Shun!
Oh my goodness, these fights are all so close, but it's just Shun trying to carry his team, get them across the line. 5-0 on this Jin now. Oh my goodness.
This is the pinnacle of my Master to Diamond 1 Elo solo
The fight starts
games.
with just the deadly flourish onto Chi-Chi. Nice interrupt on the engage from Sword Art. Otherwise, Chi-Chi is just dead. Spends most of this fight just asleep on the Ashe. Forced to hit Sword Art. Minji, unafraid, jumps straight in. Another deadly flourish lands from Shun. Lets him get that fourth shot. And it just feels like this Ashe doesn't do the damage you need it to be doing at this point. Though Chi-Chi should be able to escape here, but my goodness, Shun.
That was a very generous hitbox.
Yeah, it's the low ground, high ground.
Yeah.
Makes it look a little wider than it is now. The Blade of the Ruined King finished up 4. Minji should be a lot stronger than Gory, so if J-Team can keep finding fights like they've been finding.
That's what it was all for, that Void Grub.
Yeah.
Oh my god, is it time for another 3v3? Shun's up there before Chi-Chi this time. Doesn't have cleanse.
Yeah, I think with the supports ultimates down, I favor J-Team. But those will be up very soon.
Somehow Minji's actually down a level. I'm sure it's not that far off him ticking over to 10, however.
Yeah, shouldn't be. But he is just down 20 CS. Fighting a lot, and Gory is not going down in these fights while Minji is dying.
Gory? What? Gory's gone down more than Minji.
Maybe just this last fight? How has Gory managed to find the CS lead then?
I'm not sure. I think Corky is strong into Tristana. Just an isolation.
He was having a good time in lane. I wonder if we should throw some Ashe arrows out of Chi-Chi. We've got no cleanse up on Shun.
Yeah.
That's a massive shutdown.
By the way, just quietly, Lava 3-1 on the brand.
Yeah.
Very good at showing early on here. Definitely doing better than Casa, even forcing out some Merc treads.
Uh-oh, Minji has Enso here to protect him at least.
Yeah, he'll be fine. As 5 Void Grubs was the pick up there for CFO at the end. Driver getting forced away from his tower. The power of this Renekton, I think, in a long time, this is probably the best laning we've seen out of Lakai.
Yeah, hanging on fine in his lane. Does have TP to get back to this tower if he wants to. He's actually TPing top.
Yeah, teleport top. Minji, he's got rocket jump though. I'm not sure that Driver's going to be able to find his way onto this Tristana as the teleport coming through to Lakai. Lakai is a lot stronger than Driver at this point of the game. Pathmaker going to use to try and disengage from this fight, but it is going to be Lalva in the bot side picking up that dragon. So far, at least around the map, it is J-Team winning out.
Yeah, and I guess Karsa's going to try to trade the Rift Herald now. Should be able to pick it up with Lava so far away, though maybe he wanders up here. Chi-Chi unfortunately not connecting an arrow there, otherwise that could have been actually a disaster for CFO.
Is there Rift Shield? We're still playing aggressive up here. Lakai now trying to defend. Corey pretty low on mana.
Yeah, Minji making his way down to the bot lane, doesn't have TP, so probably shouldn't be any fighting happening up here for J-Team.
Alright, it's been too quiet for too long. I need another fight.
Yeah, I can't believe we've taken 2 objectives without a full-on 5v5.
J-Team, they've got the early stacking getting done here on these dragons, so they are up 2-0.
So what is the soul? I actually missed it.
It's Mountain. You can see it up top right.
Minji actually going to pick up this tower. This might be the first tower of the game. Not quite. Sword Art is just escorting Gory constantly this game.
Yeah.
Just as we said before, Gory kind of needs some babysitting a little too often in these games. Enso is here to match Sword Art, though.
Come along with me, President.
Yeah, and I mean, Minji's going to get XP caught up a little bit as in his player cam. He looks a little annoyed as this Alistair is just laning with him.
Yeah, should be okay. Okay, well, there's no objective up, but that does not mean we shouldn't fight.
I agree.
It certainly does, but it's more fun to fight, and we kind of have just been brawling.
God, Karsa is running fast.
Oh, he lost his passive now. Well, Enso might be in trouble. Okay, he's gonna...
Yeah.
Oh no, Minji might be in trouble. Yeah, Minji's gone down. There's gonna be Sword Art able to pick up a kill here for sure as the Ignite ticks away, and there it is. Not sure exactly what happened, but I mean, Minji should be aware that the President has his Secret Service around him. Probably played a little bit too aggressive there, I dare imagine.
Yeah, both sums committed from Sword Art again onto Minji, and he's just not getting the help that he needs from his team. And this is going to be first tower going over to CFO.
Yeah, should be it, but it is a large amount of gold, and Minji being off the map means a further extension of the CS lead. 40 CS up now is Gory. Obviously does help that he is just 2v1ing this entire game.
Yeah, TP's onto Driver's cannon to take it away from him too.
Makai though, he's standing here. We do have Enso coming up. Are they going to be able to hold on to this tower? They do have even numbers.
Seem like it.
Makai makes it back to the wave. Slice, dice, Kalamik.
Wow, makes quick work of the wave, does Lakai. Worked his way up to a 30 CS lead now. We need to see him get into these fights and have an impact, because Gory is just getting massive on this Corki. Shun already massive on this Jhin.
Sure.
And this is the point in the game where J-Team should probably be stronger with these Blade of the Ruined King. Should be a stronger first item than the Static Shiv at the very least.
Yeah, Shun's almost on 2 items. In fact, this recall probably means he will be. 5 kills is going to accelerate your gold substantially. There it is.
Yep, RFC, this is a monster Jhin game as well. Everyone just falls down to this Jhin. Nothing can withstand.
Oh, Renekton can. And Shun does have to be careful. Kind of what we were saying about Lemus in game 1 of our last series, right, is that he's got so much of his team's gold. Now, Gory as well, obviously just being escorted around and getting help and prioritizing getting CS and whatnot, does have a lot of gold too. Hold up though, Driver getting looked at. This Blade of the Ruined King available from Minji as Pathmaker comes through, all out going to be available. Maybe he's not able to find it. Yes, he does, but it's taken him over to the side that Chi-Chi's readily awaiting. That's another kill going over to Lalva now. Ultimate available here for Chi-Chi. Does he choose to use it? Yes, it should get the ultimate out of Alistair. There's the Unbreakable Will. He will be able to walk on out. So it's just a trade of those ultimates, but I think possibly something that does bode somewhat well for the side of J-Team. It's going to be a 4v5 ultimately if Lakai does choose to use his teleport.
Yeah, I think ultimately the Ashe ulti for the Ali ulti should be fine. Alistair a lot more reliant on his ultimate than the Ashe. Lakai gonna pick up this tower in the top lane too. Just gets to sit up here and farm up while his opponent, his counterpart rather, goes down. Loses his flash as well, does Driver. Just doing a little too much, and we see this out of CFO. Driver just had to go down there. He got caught out. Didn't need to do anything too crazy or fancy. Sword Art is super overextended, no ulti.
Yeah, ooh.
Nice moves from Chi-Chi. Dragon coming up now. J-Team would love to pick this up. They have a massive Renekton who can come to this fight.
Yeah, and no Alistar ult, so they can actually focus down this Alistar. He's not tanky at all, only with those HP items, and 2 Blade of the Rune Kings on the side of J-Team means they will be able to shred through that health bar.
Ash Arrow up soon too.
Yep, cleanse for Shun. He will have access to that, but ultimately, if somehow Enso finds his way onto Shun, it's going to force out the flash. There's an Ash Arrow that can come through, force out a cleanse as well as Lakai. Oh my goodness, though, that is going to be another Deadly Flourish landing. Yeah, the Ash Arrow is used and it's gone. Through comes this Curtain Call, though. What can Shun find? So far, he hits Minji once. He's going to miss that second one, and the 4th shot does connect there on the top side. Enso very low. Driver trying to find himself on a flank. Doesn't have that flash available for this Cassante, and still this Alistar ult not quite up. Lakai going to now be marching, and Enso tries to find the engage. Not going to be able to find it, though. He's going to get the flash out of Gory, and he's going to have to run away. Shun, 4th shot prepped. He's trying to find an angle. He's trying to find his way onto someone. Keep an eye on this Pyroclasm. It could be the defining factor. This is a 4-1 brand. The Dragon does go over to the side of CFO as J-Team are getting rounded out. They're getting taken into the wrong position. Lalva with that flash misses a stun. It's a nice Valkyrie coming out there from this Corki. His Sword Art is just tanking up everyone. And Casa finds a massive engage. Goes golden. And it's as clean as you can be. CFO 5-0.
Yeah, the fights don't start out very clean, but they do clean it up now. CFO 5-0 out of nowhere. Messy game, but they just outplay it. Gory baits so much in this fight. He baits out the Ash Arrow, gets away from it. He baits out Enso's flash, gets away from it. And then he baits out Lava's flash and gets away from it again. And then J-Team just out of steam, out of health bars. And CFO should be picking up this Baron. It's not the fastest Baron, but who's going to stop them?
Low, mate. It's got to be said. Shun's first game again, he went, I think, 15-0. 15-0. Now he's sitting at 7-0.
Yep.
Maybe we shouldn't let him get this champ.
I mean, I suggested the Jhin ban. I'm just saying. Let's see if Enso can steal this one.
Ash Arrow coming through. I mean, what are we looking for, truly? We're just trying to fish for that steal. Casa. He's not going to lose Smite to an Ash ult.
And yeah, Gory just Valks from Enso's. Gory used his flash earlier, just had to Valk away from Enso's engage here. And I mean, the fight is over. J-Team should be running for their lives already, but are kind of just hanging around, getting routed. Look at Gory's positioning as well, just blocking anyone from escaping. Here, he also gets Lava's flash onto him too, and that doesn't work out either. Q flash misses. Another Valkyrie.
Gory's a beast.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by he plays on this knife's edge, and Karsa finally finds a way to get into this fight, and it is quickly over.
Throws up that Flash Wolves emoji. And very much firmly in the lead now is CFO. You expect they should be able to get this one now across the line from here. But there is obviously a very strong brand in this game.
Yeah, that's about all J-Team have going for them, though. Their carries look very weak otherwise. Not anywhere near as strong as this Jhin or Corki.
Shouldn't try and miss a skill shot challenge as Enso's going aggressive here. Going to get that ultimate out of Alistar. Lakai trying to get away. Oh god, the Lusting Lullaby onto 2. And that is a Renekton. Completely eliminated, and a Ral soon to follow as Gory going to Valkyrie on in. And it is clean as you can be. I mean, it's just 2 fights in a row where not a single mistake comes through for CFO. And they are just going to take that team fight. They have this Baron. It's 22 minutes into the game. Death timers aren't that long, but it might just be long enough for CFO to end. They've got those 5 Void Mites.
Yeah, with Baron, I think they might actually just be able to end. There's TP coming up for Driver, too, if he wants to TP onto a minion.
Yeah, should probably look to do that. I mean, he doesn't need to ultimately do any damage. Enso respawning, but he is the only one. It's this Ral against 5-member strong CFO. Caster very low, yes, but these 80 carries are going to be able to hit this Nexus. And so he gets pulverized. He's going to be taken out. One for good luck as Gory will take that one. An 8-0-7 game for Shun. Really finding so much in those fights when it looked like CFO were losing it. Yep. And then eventually everything gets tidied up and they take game number 1.
My goodness, what a fist fight of a game. Not the game I was expecting at all. Lava, really the only person having a good game for himself on the side of J-Team. Meanwhile, CFO, pretty much everyone can be happy with their performance that game.
Yeah.
especially in the team fights. They looked like their former selves once we got into some of those later team fights, just embarrassing the enemy team. Every engage they would go for just looked silly. Like, why would you even try it? And completely destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, I think Beijing can be happy with how early game went, other than, you know, just slight micro improvements, and Shun doesn't find 5 kills, because ultimately it was just, like, you know, he survived on 1 HP in multiple fights and was just able to narrowly win out and pick up so many kills and not go down, and I think just a slight improvements in the micro play, and we probably have a better showing.
Yeah, I wonder what happened in that fight where Chi-Chi was fighting the Sword Art and Shun for, like, a long time while Minchi was still up and alive in that fight, not fighting anyone. I'm not sure where he disappeared to. Could have made a difference in that fight.
Just gone for a little bit of sightseeing.
Yeah, maybe. He did go flying in a lot of those early game skirmishes, as you can afford to early on the Tristana.
I think we need to get rid of this Jin champ. I think Shun probably should not be allowed it anymore. I think, like, I'd have to go back and see what his KDA was in the first game. I'm pretty sure he got 15 kills. This game he got 8, and he hasn't died in either of those 2 games.
Well, his overall KDA is like 33 or something. So
yeah, and this was 807, I think, was his score.
Yeah.
He will be the MVP, so we're going to get to see it 100%. There's no way they give it to anyone else.
And how nice is it to have Shun where you can just send your jungle and support to the mid lane for the entire game for 10 minutes at a time, and you still just have a 5-0-80 carry for no reason.
Yeah.
Not bad to have that guy on your team.
Yeah, I think you got to feel pretty good. Shun just said it before the game. He has been the carry factor of this team. And, you know, a credit to Gory, though, because a lot of those team fights, it was Gory just massively outplaying. Yeah. That one team fight, Valkyrie's in time for a Rel flash engage.
Yeah.
Valkyrie's in time for a Brand flash Q. It's like, wow.
Before that as well, had dodged the Ash arrow earlier, or actually got hit by it and then flashed out of the follow-up engage. So it was 3 attempts to engage from J-Team, completely frustrated by Gory on this Corki, making Valkyrie look like the best spell in the game, trading ultimates and flashes for it. Impressive.
It is not, though. Graves Smoke Screen is, in fact, the best regular ability in the game.
Yeah, true.
I can confirm that, but CFO might just be the greatest team in this series, because it looks like a little questionable, right? Like, you were not certain, but eventually they were able to turn it on. It didn't take too long, admittedly. The game only went for like 23 minutes. It felt like a 40-minute back and forward, absolute slogger-knocker, whatever, of a game. Slobber-knocker of a game. That's the word. But yeah, 23 minutes. It was just one fight, or 2 fights back-to-back that were just so clean. And the deadly flourishes, I mean.
And yeah, this is already once Baron has been taken, and this is just going to be a Karsa montage, I guess, as he one-shots these guys along with Gory. Shun always playing safe, very accurate with his skill shots too, and Driver lands a
3-man pathmaker.
Yeah, you don't see that too often on 3 range champions as the Cassante. But when you're this ahead, it makes it a lot easier. Gory monstering the damage.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, look at Drivers. He wouldn't have been doing that much to Renekton for the early game. Kind of just running for his life, but somehow comes out and does the second most. Shun, while not doing the most damage, had the most impact.
Yeah, certainly. Just reliable. Kind of reminiscent of Udapon yesterday, where a lot of team fights were happening. It looked shaky. You weren't sure who was going to win, and then there was just a Jin full HP at the end of a fight, zooming around, finishing off kills, and landing their skill shots. As a highest KP on Shun.
Yeah, makes sense. And 0 for Lakai. Wop.
Wow, yeah, I did not notice that. He actually just did not contribute to this game in any meaningful way, which is a shame. When he gets a 40 CS lead, you do need to find some point where you can actually do something in the game.
Opposite day, perhaps, here for Lakai, because usually he's getting kind of exploited in lane and comes into these team fights looking good.
Yeah.
This time it kind of looked the opposite. But yeah, I mean, the CFO across the board, Driver taking the most damage per death as that Cassante.
God, and I forgot how this game started for Gory as well.
There it is, okay. So he went 8-0 and 7. He went on Shun.
Okay, yeah, 15.0 KDA.
So add that up, that's now a 48 KDA he has in the playoffs.
Yeah, and Jin is a champion you pick to survive the Ashe matchup, not to win it. Ashe is a much stronger champion at the moment, and Chi-Chi not able to display that at all.
Yeah, those early fights were so perplexing how little damage Chi-Chi was doing, right?
Yeah, I'll have to check the VOD on that.
He had 100% uptime essentially on Jin. It was just doing less damage than the health pot.
Yeah, and the Jin is just building Swifties at that point, but just, couldn't out DPS a health pot, so I don't know what happened. This is not the fight we're talking about, because he is level 8 now on Shun.
I think this is the one where he gets the three deadly flashes in a way.
And they play so well on J-Team, especially Chi-Chi as well, to just survive the Jin ulti here. He plays well around lava. And Minji just absolutely sends it to get a kill here. But again, this Deadly Flourish gets them the kill on Tristana. The next Deadly Flourish gets them the kill on the Ashe. And it's just Shun enabling these fights to these fights that could have gone really well for J-Team both times ends up being salvaged by Shun.
Yeah. That's another instance, the second instance of the game where Gory narrowly doesn't take someone out, but Shun insurance policy will be able to do so. I didn't see that the reindeer emoji getting popped up there by Lava.
And the sad teapot. Pretty sad game for Lava, who played quite well.
Yeah, I think
gets target banned.
Signs of life this time out of Lava on something that isn't the Mariko or the Sejuani, so I think he can be pretty happy with his own performance. I think in general he played pretty well, even in that last fight, doing his absolute damnedest to keep Chi-Chi alive, but it was kind of the parts of the map falling around side him, and Shun truly taking over the early stage of that game until Gory could find his own. And that does do us for game number 1. Go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll see if J-Team can bounce back or if CFO will be our second team qualifying for that second stage of playoffs.
可以约吗？可以约吗？没中塔，追！看小车，能一波，杀光一波了。nice，一波了吗？一波了。没走游戏体验。没事啊，这就是你的工作啊。确实啊，nice，一波。有啊，你在下路体验了一波。你说直接送一波，小兵送一个，扛一下。别拉他上下线，别拉。不是我狂徒满血了，我可以先扛啊，我扛吧。后面那波小兵扛到了。会有冲刺的。啊，我的任务结束了，有虫子就好了。哎，拆吧。5秒到。GG 啊 ，nice， nice，我变4血了。我溜进那个。OTT 奥运转播，多项独家创新科技，独家 AR 扩增实境，与奥运选手同框。加超慢速视角。
Regardez la diffusion des Jeux Olympiques de Chongqing。
环保有序的转播平台，独家4K 转播，巴黎奥运看中华，多元方案任你选，精彩奥运大开眼界。
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
旅客陈志明，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
旅客何淑慧，华航直飞西雅图的班机即将准备登机。
China Airlines passenger Michael Chen, your direct flight to Seattle is now ready for boarding.
华航直飞西雅图，7月14正式起航。
好想吃花雕鸡面啊，可是还在加班。
阿嬷，加班也能来碗酒香补一补哦。
就是这味道，
这碗花雕鸡面帮你补身又补心，
好满足哦。
还有麻油鸡面，赶走你疲累的寒意。要不要再来碗花雕酸菜牛肉面？暖心酒香的丰盛美味，台酒酒香经典系列。
难得皇上莅迎蒙古，臣等备好贡品向皇上进献。
好想吃哦！
特 此线上，此为酒香蒙古锅牛肉面，
就是这味道，浓郁的汤头为牛豚骨风味，还有孜然香，淋上五加皮料理酒，更有层次。这真是宫廷御膳顶级享受。台酒御膳堂酒香蒙古锅牛肉面。
Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh lovely romance. Ooh na be na da right. Ooh la di da right. Ooh na di da right. Oh. Is this hello paradise? I can't decide. Show me the light, show me a sign. Said I hate to see you go, but you're always back for more. Said I hate when things move slow. You're oh so far yet so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far but so close. Oh so far. Oh lovely romance. can tell by the way you move, you feel it too. Yeah, you feel it too. Girl, you feel it too. Got that dress on you like a second skin. I can help you with it if you let me in. Hey, we ain't at church now, so this ain't no sin. No, this ain't no sin. It ain't no sin, babe. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. 'Cause I never promised to take you away from what you get yourself in every day. I made my money the old-fashioned way, just like they say, just like they say. Yeah. I know you think you're seeing dollar signs. You can get your own, 'cause those are mine. Oh, you wanna be my girl, well, get in line. Just get in line, get in line. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style. Just wanna let you for a little while. Just wanna touch you for a little while. And then I'll leave you in a little while. 'Cause that's my style. Yeah, that's my style.
So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the light. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Welcome to the fire.
Welcome back, everybody, for what could be the last time tonight. It's CFO who lead the series. You do expect them to take it. You feeling ready?
Yeah, I'm feeling ready. I hope J-Team are feeling ready. In the previous game, kind of what I want to see going forward is just help from Minji. This was the problem stylistically between these two teams, I think, is just how much pressure they put towards the mid lane on CFO. And Minji has been the only standout player so far in playoffs for this team. I don't think Gory is completely diffing him in the 1v1,
No,
but it's just
not.
the rest of CFO are just around Gory to help him and making Minji look silly when he does go for plays like he made in the bot lane onto Gory, not giving him any opportunity to really play.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what J-Team can put together. Driver may be fatigued.
Yeah, Driver a little weak side.
I hope you're
game
not
for him.
fatigued. You're very early on into this playoff run if you do want to make it to that grand final and to
Yep.
the World Championship.
Yeah, you got a much tougher competition than J-Team. No offense, J-Team, but there are some scary teams on your way, likes of DFM, SoftBank, and PSG.
Absolutely. Another CFO now fighting to join them up there. Make their playoff run just 2 series quicker.
Yeah, and if you are tired, you'd really like to just get a win here.
Yeah.
And get through to the next stage.
Have the
Lucian-
weekend off. Maybe hit some KTV, some karaoke.
Yeah.
I've actually, I follow all the teams on Instagram, and that's what DCG are doing. Like almost every day, they're just uploading a video of their players at karaoke. So they're enjoying their week off.
By far the coolest team.
Yeah.
CFO banning away the Aurora. Very wise, I think, against Minji.
Yeah, you have to. It's a tax. The J-Team are also paying the driver tax.
Yeah, banning the Rumble on blue side doesn't feel good, but we haven't seen Lakai really perform on the champ the way that the likes of Driver and Aja have.
I mean, more so even just the Lucian on blue side.
Yeah, that doesn't feel good either. Zeri and Lucian banned away. And yeah, this is a rough draft spot for J-Team. because normally you just want to take Corki here. But if you pick Corki first here, because the Lucian and Zeri are taken away, you're just going to be up against Yo and Sejuani.
Or Jin. I think the Jin needs an honorable mention.
Ashe left open should just be the first pick for J-Team.
Yeah. We'll see, though, because, again, Shun has looked ridiculous. And, I mean, I've never seen a man so consistently landing Jin ults and Jin Ws and just have so much impact from the get-go.
Best Jin we've seen. Only Utapon really challenging him for that spot.
Yeah.
I think I edged it out to Shun just off the skill shot accuracy. Has been just insane.
Now it's going to be the Corki almost certainly locked in here for Gory as J-Team opt in for that Ashe first. CFO picking the Corki first when they were on blue side. Now Kasa going to be on that Maokai. Very steady pick. Sejuani probably will be the lock-in for Lalva.
Yeah, and are J-Team willing to play the Yone, throw it back in CFO's face? Because this is the biggest problem in this draft for them, is that they don't have a Corki answer while CFO do.
I swear it should just be the Azir. You know, yes, you would like to have a range champ with the Sejuani. It's not that important, rather than just having Minji on something he's very comfortable on and very good at.
Yeah, especially with how he's been performing through this playoffs. Is also the Freljord comp angle if you chuck a Braum up here.
True. Braum, pretty good champ into Maokai especially. What else could we get? Lissandra?
Yeah, Lissandra mid, Trundle top, we're done.
Maybe it's just going to be this Tristana again for Minji. We'll be locked in. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I think if you're going to go for a Corki counter pick, it's probably the Yone. Tristana doesn't feel like a counter pick at all, so you may as well go for the likes of Azir. Because, yeah, you expect Corki to win this lane and be perfectly fine scaling into the Trist too.
Could be the cannon into the 2 blanket bans. Wouldn't hate to see it. And I would hope that Driver goes for the one-shot Archer build. I think it just, like, while the side lane is maybe a little bit less punishing.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Leandri's build do anything in the side lanes anyway.
Yeah, I don't really understand Leandri's build. Yeah, you get to burn.
It's a crazy good item.
It is, but so is just one-shotting an entire team as the Proto-Belt Rabadons.
Yeah, it just historically has never been a Kennen item.
Yeah.
So even though it's a very strong item right now, it doesn't really make sense on the champion. Renata is the ban by CFO.
Trying to take away some of that scary laning, I suppose. You know, Ashe, Renata, you are just going to be stuck at tower the entire time.
Yeah, Ashe, one of the few ADCs in this meta where we're seeing her actually paired with enchanters. Renata also very good into these double ADC metas.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm kind of seeing the ban now. I get it.
It was Woody, I think, that played it up against... Was it? Yeah, I think it was CFO. He picked the Renata.
Yeah, that was a monster Renata game. My goodness.
So we've definitely seen the Renata already come out, and it was against CFO, so they know of its possibility. They just ban it. Take away the Braum as well, so that Freljord team comp looking less likely. Could pick up the Trundle in the bot lane, and what else will we be stuck with?
I forgot that used to be a support pick.
Tryndamere. He's Freljord.
Yeah, he's married to Ashe or something.
Yep.
Yeah, do a little couple goals bot
canonically?
lane. Yeah, canonically. Ezreal already banned, so... Okay, go for the Nautilus ban.
Yeah, Leona remains open. Not the greatest Leona angle, but it's never a bad Leona angle.
Yeah, it never feels terrible into the Ashe, right? Always just kind of standing around waiting to get Leona headshot.
Yeah. Maybe able to pick up it up here first. Sword Art, though. Oh, something different.
About this.
I don't really like it.
Could be the Maokai going bot now, maybe.
Yeah, could be. I doubt it, though.
Only DCG, I think, doing the farming Maokai bot that I recall. Ridiculous Ornn game.
Yeah. Actually, that's a very good point. Wow, what do we have here? Doubt it.
Yeah, seems unlikely. Gnar going to be the pick into the Kennen. Lakai laning quite well, just on an island, as the top lane often is. Will get himself a counter pick again.
Yeah, it's not a counter pick, though. I think Kennen actually does well into Gnar. But it is something that survives the Kennen, I think, importantly.
Ooh, Bard might be the pick.
Yeah, maybe the Inso Bard. Or maybe the Enso Seraphine. Milio Ash, a lane that is actually very dominant. You don't really need a dominant lane, really, when you're against the Senna, because it's probably just going to be a tank.
Yep, and this is a very vulnerable team to the Ornn. I think it should just be snap blocked in for CFO, and then their engage is insane, and I don't know how you're supposed to survive this game as an Ashe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, makes so much sense. Yeah, okay, this... I don't see the angle, unfortunately, here for J-Team. I think the only angle is split push the entire game.
Yep, gonna be cleanse on Sword Art, and with the Ornn W, it's just gonna be hard to even find a Ashe arrow this game, right? Gory's got his Valkyrie. It's gonna be difficult to hit anyone but Karsa with these Ashe arrows.
Yeah, and I think the problem is as well, like, sure, you can look at the side lane. You should do well, right? Minji or Lakai, one of them's going to have to go against Driver, and that won't feel that good, but the other side is completely uncontested.
This is not our bot lane arrangement, is it? We've not got Sword Art on Senna, I hope.
Oh. Okay, we'll see, we'll see. Now it's all left up until we load into game.
Yeah, sometimes we don't get the swap visually on the champ select, so I'm not freaking out yet, but I will be in just a second.
This is like the one thing that our top teams do that I don't like. And it's similar to what Ground Zero did. It's like, you've just had Shun come off the back of an immaculate game as a traditional AD carry, and now we're giving him next to no resources.
Yeah, as either an Ornn or a Senna, you're not that happy.
Yeah.
Still would really rather see him on the Senna.
For sure. You would expect that to be the case, but now it's all up to what CFO decide. And, you know, the problem I have with, you know, thinking like, oh yeah, it was a mistake, it's just going to be what we expect, is that it's Sword Art.
Yeah. You cannot predict what this man is doing.
Yeah.
What goes on behind
his frontal lobe. As we do now load into what could be a last game, and it is Sword Art on the center.
Lord help us. Okay, we'll see how Sword Art pilots the Senna. Curious, maybe Shun just the better Ornn player, I guess. And so is...
Oh, Electrocute for Driver here.
Yeah, that bodes well if you want to see a one-shot cannon build.
Yeah, I think it has to be now, surely.
Yeah, Electrocute not making a lot of sense with a Leandri's style build.
Minions have spawned.
Get that Hextech Alternator, a Q, an auto attack, and a W, and bada bing, bada boom, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and oh man, this team fighting looks insane for CFO, especially if Gory can have a decent early game like he did last time. Last time he got to his 2-item Corki spike at about 18 minutes. If that's the pace that CFO are setting again this game, it's going to be unplayable for J-Team.
Damn, look at those TTL brand ramen.
Yeah, delicious. I'm getting hungry. So Q goes wide from Gory. Interesting Q start. Usually is the E, but I guess you can't really stand and deliver against the Tristana.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Both.
You are going to just lose out on that trade if Tristana bombs you.
Yes, Lakai said Electrocute procced on him, taking the worst end of a trade early on.
Yeah, it's always been a pretty poor matchup for the Gnar, in terms of how Gnar lanes come anyway. Driver being well aware of it.
And this will be fun. Seeing Driver on a carry.
Yeah.
That's cool.
This is true.
So look at CFO's bot lane, completely unable to walk up to the wave.
Yeah, Enso just, I mean, got that Q level 2 for the poke. I wonder if he'll put more points in it, because I don't know if you've ever seen, but Malio's Q scaling with levels is insane.
Yeah.
It's like 400 damage if you max it.
Yeah. There's a crazy AP ratio on that spell, too. Karsa only just killing his second camp now. He went blue into Raptors.
That was his third, but you don't get level 3 off the pathing he took. He did wolves, he did blue. No, he did 2 raptors and a blue. And that doesn't get you level 3.
Oh, he did enemy. Oh, okay. Yeah. I got confused a little bit. Lava.
Yeah, Lava level 3 to level 2 of Karsa.
It's a smite fight.
And it goes to Lava.
Lava gets it. That is massive for him. Gonna really
lost his
slow.
raptors, but got a red buff, so...
Yeah, gonna really slow Karsa down.
Talk about slowed down. I mean, how's Shun navigating this?
Yeah, still has CP for himself. Chi-Chi cannot not afforded that luxury. Needs cleanse. Sword Art walking very far up, as there is already a plate gone on the first crash. And yeah, they're not really surviving in the spot lane. Lava on the wolves too. Bot lane cannot move to help Sword Art, but no smite for either player.
Bramble smash used.
Yeah.
Lava no flash though. I mean no smite. Caster as well actually. No smite. Corey teleporting back will be able to get to this play first. Now who's going to get the wolves is the big question. It is Lava who gets that as well. Oh, Gory actually. Oh damn. Okay. Lava getting stunned up here with that twisted advance, and wow, I mean, it's just a clean first blood as Caster flashes over that wall, makes his way out. Now flashes, it's Calamity once again. J-Team and CFO, they refuse to do anything but brawl, and what looked like a really immaculate start to the game quickly goes in the shape of a pair.
Yeah, his team just not there in time to help him. Lava, and he doesn't really try to survive all that well. Should be running to Enso here, but actually just going forward. And yeah, getting punished by Gory, who also just makes it out without even having to use his flash here. Shun finding a nice knock up onto Enso to take him out too, and Chi-Chi not enough damage to punish anyone.
That's that. Now we do have CFO up 1.5k gold.
Yeah, Lakai TP'd back to his lane, lost half his HP too, but should sustain a lot of this back between Absorb Life and the Fleet Footwork. So it shouldn't be too consequential for him, but it is a 2-0 start for Gory, who is the primary damage threat on this comp and the last person you want getting kills. So you got to be kicking yourself if you're Lava.
Oh, driver based. Pixie Goldenator. This is going to be the better Kinnan build.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Shun in, ran down. He has no flash, but Caster's now here. No flash on the Maokai either, so it's going to be hard for him to truly find his way onto Chi-Chi, but maybe just coming in to protect his bot lane. Oh, Shun not quite connecting, yeah. That's his escape gone. Now Bramble smashes a nice amount of slowing coming through. Sword Art going to cleanse, but he does just get taken out. And now Lava's here. Is he able to find his way? W should be available for Shun, but he's not going to be able to use it. It might not be even up, and Lava turns this one around, and now gold evened up.
Yep, and there is the laning power of the Ashe. You can take these extremely long fights where you're not able to trade any damage back onto her. CFO can't run and they can't engage because of how well Chi-Chi is spacing them here. Making sure he keeps the slow applied to both of these members of the CFO bot lane frustrates Shun to the point where he wastes his charge here and is just dead if Chi-Chi wants to flash onto him. Decides to just use his cleanse instead and take out Sword Art. And then Lava does commit his own flash. Flash follow-up from Chi-Chi. Unfortunately, Chi-Chi doesn't get this kill, but you allow that. You're still happy to pick up some gold onto the Sejuani and the Ashe, and yeah, you want to avoid looking at the CS of this Ornn if you are CFO. Because he is criminally far behind.
Yeah, I'm perplexed at the draft of this game, unfortunately, but you know, they are even. They're picking up these Void Grubs. In fact, they're slightly ahead in gold. A lot coming through from that top side, of course, and Gory's feeling very comfortable.
Minji struggling in this matchup, has opted into this matchup twice now. Lakai completely forced out of lane, getting destroyed by Driver, by the way. Down 20 CS, no HP. In a matchup that he's chosen. Completely uninterrupted.
I think he probably should have just chosen a tank. Nah. You know, you kind of want to be ahead on Nara, otherwise what's the point in
well, you
being
need
that
to be,
champ?
yeah.
And this is just a losing matchup for the Nara. There's no way around it. You shouldn't be winning this matchup, and Driver's too good to allow himself to lose what is a winning matchup.
Yeah, now it's going to take Enso being up here to protect his top laner. You don't want to be roaming to the losing lane ever, so Sword Art feels a lot better being here than Enso does. Minji, woo. No TP to get back here, falling pretty far behind now. Oh, Driver's overextended.
Yeah, overextended. Enso here. Lakai needs one more auto attack, and there it is.
Oh, Sword Art not able to get in range to heal Driver. Another mistake from Driver in the early game. Gets him caught out early on. Loses his flash, too. Feels horrible to lose that as the Kennen.
And now up kills RJ team, but gold's even. Again, just CS lead top and mid, meaning that not too much impact is found.
Yeah, picture in picture, we're seeing a nice engage from Lakai. Looks like he commit his flash onto Driver. Driver not reacting in time.
Just taken out. Minji, though, he's suffering.
Yeah. And that was only while there was a Tabbies and a Tier on this Corki. Now actually picking up some damage items. Chi-Chi could look for an ulti here onto Driver. This might just be another quick death for him. No flash.
Did Chi-Chi actually sneak into that bush? I would be surprised, but it looks like he might have. Yeah, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, no flash available for Driver. Slicing Maelstrom as if he needs to commit it, but is going to have that speed to get away from this instant.
Chunked out on this cannon now with no one near him. This could be a
Sword
lot
Art
of damage.
doesn't know. Sword Art just walked straight past Lalva, who was just sitting in that bush. Now, this is a really good lane swap, I think, coming out of J-Team, because you are not going to feel pressured under that tower. Slicing Mushroom coming out, nice flash from Enso means he's not going to get chunked on out of there, and Chi-Chi feels completely fine, just taking a little bit of damage, and could even look for a re-engage, but Gory's on his way up. You see him pathing through that jungle, trying to save up his top lane, but Hawkshot should be able to spot that out, and here goes another plate for Chi-Chi.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Enso had to flash there, but plays it safe. And it's going to be the dragon picked up for CFO. Nothing to trade topside except some plates.
No, but Lalva's looking for a dive. Oh, Driver actually does back out. I wonder if he does what I do in solo queue and just sits here.
Yeah, is on top of a ward if he does.
Yeah, but it's gonna give a lot of plates over, I think is the important part. Caster's gonna come out, he has to. They have to try and get Kinnan back into this lane, but looks like it shouldn't be too impactful as plates just gonna be picked up and J-Team back on out.
Yep, Minji still suffering in this lane, doesn't need his Blade of the Ruined King ASAP. So there's not going to be any point in this game where he can actually fight the Corki, the way this game is going. The Blade of the Ruined King just not as strong of a spike as the Triforce for the Corki.
Now, more tower plates going to be going over to CFO here.
Yeah, just suffering. In the mid lane is Minji, and he's been such a key piece of their wins.
I think our junglers have built what each other should have built. I think.
Yeah, Locket makes sense against the likes of Kennen and Maokai.
Yeah. And the Zeke's is just a nice item. Doesn't feel like there's all that much burst. I mean, so Locket is as well, but...
Yeah, I don't think it ever feels bad to have a Locket. I think this item is underrated.
Yeah, I agree. It's just so cheap. Get a lot of impact out of that shield.
So there is a lot of pressure on Chi-Chi's shoulders to carry this game. I think he's got the Milio to back him up. Milio does very well into these CFO champs as we've got a Void Grub fight coming up.
Caster probably just would be happy with picking up one of them, but looks like he might be able to get more. Although, Driver going to be able to get out of that glacial prison that goes criminally wide. Now, Caster gets one of these Void Grubs, looking for another. Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes down, it's onto Caster. What can he do, though? Minji comes on in with that rocket jump, but it's Gory for all the damage. Slicing Maelstrom comes through, and a really nice Buster Shot gets Driver back out of the frame. Caster's so low, he does have flash. He's going to be able to flash over that Void Grub wall as Chi-Chi's doing a nice amount of damage. There comes the flash. Void Grub, at least two, in fact, picked up here for Lalva and the side of J-Team.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good to lose flashes on both your carries for one Void Grub, though. Karsa loses his, but you're pretty happy with that result as CFO. Saving grace as J-Team's Lakai has been able to pick up some plates and really harass Shun under this tower. Much prefer laning into an Ornn as the Gnar. As yeah, maybe a very different play if Lava still has his ulti here, but nice Ash Arrow connects. And Enso just has to use his ulti super early here. I think definitely wastes it. Otherwise, he can just nullify this Kennen ult pretty effectively.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to land that super Inferno kick, making Driver's ult sort of null and void.
It's almost the Blade of the Ruined King for both of these carries now on J-Team.
Frozen Heart, first item for Shun.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult to kill Ornn if this game goes later. Full AD is the side of J-Team. This Gnar is not nearly accelerated enough to really be a threat at all.
Yeah, but he'll be okay in that side lane.
Yeah, definitely.
As well as, ultimately, you know, a Black Cleaver will be coming through eventually for the Gnar, and Milio does give your team a reasonable amount of magic damage.
Now Lakai finds himself up a little bit of XP on Driver. That feels good.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow to Gory, but not going to land the volley. Blocked out by those minions, and he's completely fine.
Yeah, just a waste of the arrow. Maybe just valked away from by Gory, get some distance.
Now, I mean, I think J-Team probably don't want to fight this dragon if they don't have these 2 Blade of the Ruined Kings finished.
Yeah, it feels terrible.
Lakai actually up XP now.
Yeah.
Oh, that was, I think, just off the back of that lane swap. I think that lane swap was very intelligent. He got Lakai out of a bad situation. He actually probably having a better time 2v1ing bot than he had in the 1v1 up against Kennen. And Kennen certainly having a much worse time against the Ash Milio than he would have against just Lakai on the Gnar.
Yeah, had to blow his ulti just to get rid of the wave. As it's looking like first tower should probably go to J-Team at this rate, unless CFO can crack this mid lane tower. Rift Herald is available if they do want to fight for it. Chi-Chi running pretty low on mana.
Much quieter is this game comparative to last.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lava. Nice
nice
dodge.
sidestep, yeah.
Both Blade of the Ruined Kings picked up on this exact same recall by these J-Team carries, and it's probably time for them to look for a fight. It sucks having to do it without flashes on either of your carries, but...
Oh, this is a really good time for it, though. As long as you can keep Kennen from having major impacts, you're on 2 spikes in your carries, whereas the other side, you know, you've got that Proto Belt, but otherwise, Gory not quite with the Triforce. As well as, I mean, you have a Frozen Heart, which is nice, but I'd prefer to have the 2 Blade of the Ruined Kings.
Yeah, as well as just having the Moonstone finished and the support item finished now for Enso. He's very strong in this fight, too. Let's see if Lava can find an ulti. They can go on Karsa if they want to. If they stall long enough as well, Minji can just take bot tower, and that feels better than any Rift Herald take.
Okay, building up that Mega Gnar as Lava getting this Rift Herald to reset. Yeah, I mean, Minji almost getting that tower. Driver's not going to be able to walk up there. That is a objective. The tower going down.
Yeah, massive. Just out macroing for now, our J-Team.
Now headed down towards this dragon as both teams. Foregoing what could have been a Rift Herald, and now Mega Gnar pops. So this is going to be a long time until Lakai can have that true impact in those team fights.
Yeah, and I think CFO recognized that our spam pinging onto this dragon. Want to just do it.
That's a smite used, but 2 stacks of it. 2 charges, perhaps.
Lava really hesitant to throw his ulti. Gory is in his face
gets
here.
Stuck up, but Gory does get hit by that ultimate. Through does come that Locket of the Iron Solari as well, as the ultimate here coming through from Sword, but not really finding the damage. Chi-Chi low on mana, but still health bars in favor of J-Team.
Yeah, and J-Team use every single ulti. CFO respond with 2 of theirs, but Gory on the Corki, you know, not as ulti reliant, or, well, his ulti just doesn't have a real cooldown.
Yeah, but very good this is for J-Team, because in the meanwhile, it's just Lakai getting an advantage for himself up here over the Ornn. Now, admittedly, Ornn, you know, as soon as he gets levels on, he's going to feel completely fine, upgrade some of those items, and...
Yeah, gets solo XP on the Ornn as well. Feels really good.
Now, already 1 tower, though, was taken by Lakai, and he's quickly making work to this topside tower, as it is CFO opting into this dragon.
Yeah, TP's available for J-Team if they want to contest this. No engage tools.
Halfway till we have these junglers ults, and it looks like we are just going to be willing to give it over. It's going to be a second dragon now for CFO as the side of J-Team opting into this Rift Herald.
Yeah, not actually a great trade, but it is a trade, so you're fine with that. As Minji's caught out.
Oh, wow, what a buffer.
Yeah. Well played by
It's
Minji.
very hard to find that buffer on a Maokai W.
Yeah, where he doesn't actually follow you along.
Yeah.
Corey gonna pick up this tower pretty quick. Lakai gonna be able to trade for the top tower, and then maybe we can drop a Rift Herald mid. CFO are out of position to defend this Rift Herald mid if J-Team go for it. They're trying to go for a tier 2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, but 2 people down here, Enso, alongside Minji. He's going to be completely fine. Yeah, there's no way you can get this tower, and Rift Herald should be popped down the bot side, as well as Lakai already taking that top side tower.
Not interested in the Rift Herald mid, our J-Team. They want to actually just run down here to fight CFO over the red buff.
Yeah.
Corey has used Valkyrie.
Yeah, there's no ult. I mean, no Valkyrie for this Corki, and he's just Caster getting stuck up with this Glacial Prison, but it's Lava taking all the damage. A really nice Breath of Light coming through, though, from Enso means that his jungler is completely safe and is able to get on out of there.
Bad CC layering by J-Team through the Ash ult at the same time as the Sejuani ulti. And one of these guys just needs to be more trigger happy with their ultimate. They're both just waiting way too long to throw them.
I think it should be Chi-Chi. All Sword Art getting taken out very low. Chi-Chi, though, is being turned around on as Glory's now run out of mana. We found Lakai here back in the fight as Chi-Chi able to get on out of there, but Driver has headshot this Tristana. Minji going to go down. The flash forward. Lakai's going to flash away.
Yeah, and that was 4v5. The Ornn Shun is just happily farming away in the top lane. Massive win for the side of CFO.
Recall's coming through. I mean, Lauva could just choose to put down this Rift Herald now, but opting not to.
Yeah, has to use it eventually. There's a lot of flashes again used by J-Team. Chi-Chi sees his angle here, decides it's time to go. Driver just getting exhausted without using his ulti here, opens up this flash to one-shot Minji. Little trigger happy on the exhaust is Enso. Gets punished for it. Well played to Driver, and here a Shadow Flame second makes sense to me. When you go for the Rocket Belt.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably prefer the
Rabadons.
Rabadons.
Yeah.
Just try and kill out those AD carries. It's hard though. And there will be a Shadow Flame as he picks up a needlessly large rod off his recall.
Can always just hold on to these app tomes if he wants to.
Yeah, it's filling up a lot of inventory space.
Yeah.
Minji quietly scaling into this game, though. He is 40 CS down once again. Gory having a great time in this matchup. It is just a Corki favored matchup, which perplexes me about this Tristana pick time and time again.
Yeah, it's strange that they've tunneled so hard on it, especially without playing the AP, junglers as well. Feels weird to just keep forcing the Tristana. We see a TP flank ward.
Yeah, up on that top side maybe. Observer's hinting at an opportunity here on Gory. He doesn't have that flash available. Lakai now, he is in that Mega Gnar if he wants to look for a fight. Certainly could be an angle. See if JT want to pull the trigger. They have a lot of CC lockdown. Castle might just be out of position. Here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He does get at least the locket off, but now it's going to be Sword Art caught up. He's got the cleanse and Driver's found his way in. He's going to be able to take out someone. That auto attack there, getting Inso taken out, and a nice sidestep. No, it's not from J-Team. Lava's going to be taken out. That's 2-4-0. As Casa, skin of his teeth, gets on out of there yet again.
Wow, he just keeps getting out. He has tanked so many of these Sejuani and Ashe ultis on the Maokai. J-Team being so patient with their ultimates, and then when they use them, still not getting any results. Frustrating. Lakai not able to make any progress against this Ornn. Really got some farm for himself. But, you know, Shun not really feeling the pressure in these side lanes. And I think there were moments where Karso was much further out of position than he is now, where we could have thrown these ultimates.
Yeah, there's no way to stop Driver.
Yeah. And really, Karsa shouldn't get a chance to flash there, right? With the amount of CC we have between the Ashe and the Sejuani ultis.
Yeah, even the Milio Q.
Yeah, it's not the hardest CC to layer.
So damage does go in favor of Driver. Now, Dragon, number 3. It's a Hextech Soul. Oh, landing on some CC. Lava might be losing a little bit of his health, but actually able to dodge out of most of the damage Gory was trying to put forward.
Yeah, here's this mega spike for the Corgi. This is a big spike for the Tristana too, but it's nowhere near as strong as the Triforce Muramana spike. As here's the engage.
On the first time I'm going to see Shun play impact in these team fights. A really nice buffer from Minji, but he's not going to have access to any aggression play from that rocket jump. Lava running away. There goes the Nature's Grasp, is connecting, but Minji trying to turn the damage around on Castle. He does not have the flash, and Lakai's getting solo killed up on the top side by Driver. All the JT members are just going to have to run away as Sword Art tries to land that Q for that slow, not able to do so. 1W would do it. No, he's not able to land it, and Lava, he does go down so early on that it means they don't have that tank. Lakai eventually finds this teleport out from the top. Oh, that was very, very close.
Oh, nice TP by Lakai, but Lava's gone down.
This does mean a third Dragon, and this limp Rift Herald that could have been used how many different times?
So many times, yeah. So a lot of hesitation from the side of J-Team. Means that this Rift Herald is not going to amount to anything, and now it's this third Dragon picked up for CFO.
Yeah, one more Dragon, and you'd have to say the deal is sealed if they're able to get that.
Yeah, this Dragon is too broken to play against. There's the Rift Herald, Shun unable to stop it. And yeah, I mean, the engage is just so strong from the side of CFO.
Oh, and we missed Ashe ult on Driver.
Yep, and then Driver actually just goes on Lakai and almost one-shots him instantly. Lakai playing actually really well to just survive there, but There's no damage coming back towards these members of CFO.
Yeah, this Corki champ seems 10 times more impactful than Tristana.
Yeah, especially because it wins the lane, too.
Yeah.
Runan's good pickup for Chi-Chi on the Ashe.
Definitely, but I think things are looking rough. Lalva going to find Caster out again, but how many times have we got to see this before it finally works? It looks like it might just this time, and Minji is able to get that. I had my doubts for a little bit there. Lalva now, the Ornhorn coming through. He's going to get knocked up. Is he able to survive? The Breath of Light keeps him up, and Chi-Chi finding a lot of slows, but he has to flash away as that would have been an absolute chaotic fight if Shun were able to land that headbutt. In the meanwhile, though, this is a 4v5, and Lakai, he's just wailing away at this bot tower. Might even be able to get it as it's only going to be Driver teleporting in here.
No, but I think Driver just schools them if they do ever try fight, so had to even go for the Sterak's, making him a lot weaker into this Ornn, just so he can survive this Kennen.
Yeah, upgrades are coming through now as well for Shun. We see at least one upgraded item.
Yeah, one more level. He's going to be able to upgrade this Triforce, I believe, for Gory.
Yeah, it should definitely be the Triforce. Well, I like the Abyssal Mask as well. Coming out here from Kasa. Just opening up even more damage for this massive damage building Kennen.
Yeah, and this is just base magic resist values, right? With a Shadow Flame and Abyssal Mask, a lot of flat. And Lakai picking a fight.
Yeah, I think this might be a winning fight, and Minji teleports down here. Driver's just dead.
Ooh, Driver caught out in a side lane again. Frustrating.
Driver has not built to 1v1 Lakai. When the Sterix is through, there's no way he's getting through that much health.
Yeah.
Even with how much damage he's built, it's just an impossible task, and so I think correctly identifying that Lakai can pretty much just go forward at will.
Gory.
Oh, Gory's going forward, though, and Lakai's still here. I think this is a massive misplay, but he's able to get at least one. It's a nice trade, but still, this is your 5-in-1 Corki that just completely sends it and gives over so much gold, and J-Team now evening up in terms of that gold, and Charter Crystal Arrow does connect there onto Shun, but he manages to channel it with that headbutt as Caster getting looked at. Nature's Grass flash as well. Ornhorn coming through. You'll be able to load in the knockup, but it's only onto Lakai, and this Nara is just not really feeling threatened at all. And an absolute devastating play for CFO as J-Team find their fight back into this game.
Yeah, I cannot believe CFO managed to hold on to their bot tier 2 there somehow. It's just Karsa and Sword are on a Senna and a Maokai that defend their jungle 3v2 against what should be a much stronger trio of Lava, Chi-Chi, and Enso, but yeah, well played to them to hold on to their tier 2. Means it's just shutdowns going over, but shutdowns that shouldn't really ever be going over. And yeah, if Gory's going to have his team play around him and commit so many resources to him, he cannot be making silly plays like that.
Yeah, I mean, he trades 1 for 1, but that was a 0-2, or 1-2, 1-1 Tristana at the time against a 4-0 Corki, right? You don't want your 4-0 Corki. You'd much rather have him up than J-Team care about having Minji up at the time.
Yeah, Minji does save this tower. Had the opportunity to just let it go down. And is pretty far up now, considering CFO are running straight at him.
Yeah, it does have Lalva here, who will be able to sort out on this wall. Oh! Damn, 44 HP after Sword Art connected with that snare, but Lalva will be able to confirm the kill over on that Gromp as he's walking aggressively. He's going to get snared up, but not feeling all that vulnerable as the Sejuani.
Yeah, that should be finally the spot tier 2 going to Lakai, who has an incredible amount of gold this game.
Yeah, 3-0. He picked up that shutdown. He's got a 450 gold shutdown, and sometimes it feels kind of rough having a massive shutdown on a champ like Na, right? Because you will be just going in, you'll be going face first into these fights. You have to find a big Na ult, and
yep.
You're going to have to play pretty precise and not give over a massive sum of gold. As we take a look at the gold, it's actually Gory pretty much with it all on his shoulders, and Lakai Chi-Chi.
Was it intentional that they've upgraded the RFC on the Corki? I haven't looked at the numbers for the Ornn item since he's been changed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't have thought so. Actually, no, there's no way. You're not even... Like, attack speed's not that impactful, and here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Caster again getting looked at. Lava as well, though, the turnaround, the Breath of Light. It's not going to be enough. Yes, it is! The shield as well from Enso as he does manage to keep his jungler alive. And Lakai, he goes in, but it's a massive stop. They've managed to somehow stop with the Bramble Smash. Caster performing out of his mind, but Minji and Chi-Chi still fighting the damage, and Driver comes in. The exhaust, it's not going to matter. 2 absolute headshots as Minji and Chi-Chi find themselves quickly eliminated, and this Hextech Soul is going to be no longer an absolute play of the day found from Lakai, but it was the Bramble Smash, a simple Q from a Maokai that stops it dead in its tracks.
Yeah, well played by Karsa. He kind of saves his team there. Lakai was looking pretty terrifying. He tried.
Lalva had to try something. You don't want to just give over this Hextech Soul, and now he is very much stuck. This game has become an absolute mountain to climb now.
Yeah, and just frustrating for J-Team. They don't have the damage to kill this Maokai quickly when they land the CC onto him. And I think they're going for the Maokai with these engages. They just don't have the damage to really kill him.
4-man knockup from Shun. But just watch the Maokai Q, I think.
This was just the play of the game. Oh my goodness. He was going to find his way straight onto Gory and probably Sword Art too. Shun's so tanky. Every member of CFO tanking up as much damage as they can and getting out means that so many resources are depleted by J-Team. By the time Driver gets here, he's just there to pick up free kills. And Baron now. For CFO should be the game closed out very soon.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead is only about 4k, right? But there is just the Ornn items now coming through. There's the 4 dragons, Hextech Soul.
Yeah.
So this 4k gold lead is more like 8, 8, 9 even.
Yeah, if not more. This is a lot of value, invisible value really on CFO. LDR now picked up on this Corki.
Absolutely is. As Chi-Chi, he's been sitting on 2.5 items for a very long time. Really needs to get his pen item through. It's probably going to be that Mortal Reminder just by virtue of, the center existing.
So Ash Arrow dodge.
And it goes wide, but oh my god, Lakai's almost one-shot Sword Art. He's just able to get away. And here comes that Nature's Grasp. Breathful Light, though, to free up all of his team as the turnaround from Lalva is trying to be found. Driver able to get there onto Lakai, and that's the shutdown going over now to Gory as Karsa and Shun just able to go forward at will. No damage really being turned around onto them as Minji now being looked at. Gory with the Valkyrie. Minji not going to be able to find the damage, does have to flash away.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just the comp of CFO shining now, right? These Ornn Maokai ultis are so difficult to play against on an immobile carry like the Ashe.
Yeah, Chi-Chi now does have his LDR, so he'll be able to get through a bit of this health better than he was before, but still, it's so hard for him to walk up against this Hextech Soul.
Yeah. Look, he can't move.
Oh
my goodness.
Oh my god. Okay. Chi-Chi has exploded. It's now a 3v5 as Teleport comes in onto this minion, and it should be pretty clear cut. CFO take tower number 1. They're looking now for tower number 2, although Lalva trying to fight Minji. He's got a little bit of damage, but Driver comes on in there. He does get denied by that Buster Shot, but it's not going to matter. Down goes the Nexus tower. Down goes the Nexus. And we do have CFO qualifying to our second stage of playoffs.
Yeah, a little bit cleaner in that game too, I think. Not relying on Shun at all in that game either. Just kind of had an honest game in the side lane on the Ornn, got his levels and upgraded his teammates' items. And again, it's Gory on the Corki rather, able to get massive and get his team across the line.
Oh, there we go. Driver's finally dancing.
Yeah.
Okay. What is that dance?
Hang on a second.
What is it? What's that dance? What do you play? He
awesome.
played Kennen. It's definitely not Kennen.
Oh, is he usually doing a League of
Usually he
Legends
does
set?
whatever champ he plays as dance. What did he play first game? Cassante.
Yeah, is that Cassante's dance?
I can't remember.
I haven't played it.
I can't remember.
That looked inspired. I think that might have been his own creation.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have been. And, I think he deserves it. Great game of Kennen. Great game of Cassante.
Yeah.
But all around, I think CFO playing a great game. There were a few mistakes, Gory going way too hard to try and find that trade onto Minji and ends up going down, giving over a shutdown. Showed signs of life then for JT. You're like, man, there's actually an angle they can come back in. But too clean with the team fights, too clean with the closeout. It's one thing we always comment about Caster is he plays these tank champs and he pushes them to the absolute limit. He always survives on 1 HP. He's an absolute Houdini when he comes to these champs, and he does it once again here in this game. And yeah, I mean, they make it through the second stage of playoffs. You expected them to start there, to be fair. They start down here in the first stage pretty cleanly. They drop 1 game on the way to Sengoku Gaming after some Giga trolling in the Pantheon pick, but we do get there, and we're going to have a rematch in our lower bracket between Ground Zero and J-Team.
Yeah, definitely not as clean as we'd like to see CFO play, but, they got it across the line eventually. Mostly Driver getting caught a couple times he maybe shouldn't in these side lanes. And then a couple questionable macro decisions that might be a little more concerning than anything.
Yeah.
Where they're letting Lakai take towers for free and not getting the Rift Herald that they kind of started and kind of got off, but otherwise just completely frustrating J-Team, who have so many engage tools on this team and just weren't able to find any meaningful engages.
Yeah, it was a bit odd, right? I think there was just times they missed their opportunities. The Rift Shield to me stands out as like, there was a moment where we see everyone on CFO recall. We still had, I believe it was Chi-Chi and Lava on the map.
No, it was Lakai and Lava.
Lakai and Lava. I mean, either way,
yeah.
Yeah, you just drop the Rift Shield. You might not get that tower, but at least chunk out the mid tower so it just falls not too far in the future. But not finding it, eventually the Rift Shield is used when he's dead. You know, the how it doesn't just expire anymore. It will, even if you're dead,
just run it down
mid. Run it down mid. But like, what's the point in, you know, you traded the Dragon and the eventual Dragon Soul came out, you got a Rift Shield and didn't even use it.
Yeah, and hesitation was just the name of the game for Lava that entire game. There were moments where Gory is in his face, right-clicking him on Corki, and he's just refusing to throw the Sejuani ult.
Yeah.
This was another situation where Karsa was much further up at a certain point here, and if they had commit one of these ultis earlier, he goes down, or if they had simply just followed up the CC and properly layered it, Karsa should never get a chance to flash before he goes down there.
Yeah.
Gory.
Well, look at the gold.
Yeah.
Oh, just... Yeah, I mean, looked okay, and then it didn't.
Yep, game just over in an instant, probably around the time the soul is picked up.
Yeah, it was. It was, and it truly did feel over there. Look at the damage, though, Glory. I mean, I get it. Minji's best AD carry has traditionally been this Tristana, but what's the point of picking a Tristana if you're picking it into a losing matchup that gets outscaled? Only thing it really has going for it is it does have more side lane pressure, but if Gory is just sitting there in the side lane, you're not going to actually get anything done anyway, so...
Yeah, it's like a little bit safer than the Corki, I guess, is a positive of the Trist, but safe for what? It doesn't do any damage.
Yeah, almost a clean sweep for Gory, but Karsa getting that jungle favorite stat, the most damage taken per death.
Yeah, I think they did manage to take him down once towards the end there, but otherwise, great game out of Karsa. Looking very good on these tanks still.
Yeah, and now they'll have the weekend off. They'll be able to try and shore up some of their mistakes as Karsa is going to be their MVP. Definitely makes sense to me. He absorbed so much pressure, so many ults, and just got away with it every single time. So makes sense. But what I was saying, they now get to rest for the weekend. They get to scrim, they get to practice, they get to shore up their mistakes, ready to take on the likes of, you know, SoftBank and PSG and DCG, who they have traditionally struggled with.
Yep.
And you know, they are still fighting for their lives. They will go into the upper bracket of the second stage, but it's not going to be easy up there.
No, not at all. And this is the play we've chosen to show for Karsa. It happened about a million times this game, and I think that's why he deserved the MVP more than anything. He is just surviving these engages, shouldn't actually landing a 4-man or an ulti.
This Bramble Smash.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, this was a monster play from Karsa. Saves both his backliners here. Otherwise, Swordar and Gory both getting one-tapped by Lakai. You saw how much damage he did to Swordar when he did find him later.
Yeah.
Later on in the game.
And this was the fight that led to that Dragon Soul being picked up. So,
yeah, you had to win that.
They had to win it, and they won it literally off the back of just one single Maokai Q.
Yeah.
And not often that's a true statement, you know, like it's not easy to find that timing. And Karsa, you know, you expect him to be the player that finds him, and he was. I think Karsa stepping up in a big way here in the second game especially, and it's kind of looks like a return to form, because when they were performing at their peak, he was playing the Sejuani and Maokai. It wasn't really him on the carries, but he was playing the Sejuani and Maokai, creating more space than any other jungler in the league truly has been able to do. And I think this is really good. It's going to bode well for them going into the future. And I mean, confidence has to be a little bit up now towards CFO, but still there's always going to be the question marks, right?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if they can rebound. I think a meta change could do them a lot of favors. As you said, the Sejuani and Maokai look a lot better on Karsa than some of these carry junglers. Unfortunately, the meta just doesn't really allow you to always play the Sejuani and Maokai, especially into the likes of Junjia, who will just make you suffer with a Karthus pick or a Lilia pick. Though CFO, get to rest up and practice now. J team have some more games ahead of them if they want to make it out. Not a horrible showing from the side of J-Team by any means. The biggest standout for me, especially in this last draft, is we need stronger counter picks than this Gnar and this Tristana.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very questionable drafting coming through in general, but I thought we were going to go to an interview, but we just have the post-game comp, so I'm not sure what's happening, but do enjoy.
下一波吧，一波，进高地我就踢，进高地我就踢。主要现在有点少，我就可以下一波，可以。可以，可以点掉，可以别扛，可以别扛。 大家我扛，接一条，我帮你们扛，你们我帮你们扛。可以，我就 A 塔，我就 A 塔，小炮，来神，好跳舞喽，干嘛挂了真把，好屌的。
Welcome to the post-game interview. Here we are with CFO support player Sword Art for the post-game interview. Let's have Sword Art say hello to the fans first.
CFO のサポート選手、Sword Art をインタビューさせていただきます。ご挨拶の方よろしくお願いします。
欢迎来到今天的赛后采访。我们今天邀请到的是 CFO 的辅助选手 Sword Art， 请 Sword Art 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 CFO 的车车。
So first off, congratulations for a win today. This is actually your first time playing in the PCS playoff stage 1. And even though you guys won the 2 series, it was still very close. So I want to ask you, do you feel satisfied and are you relieved after the win?
初めてプレーオフステージ1からスタートして、前の試合も含めて危ない場面が多く見受けられましたが、無事に勝利をすることができました。少し安心しましたか？
首先恭喜你们获得今天的比赛，你们其实是第一次在 PCS 季后赛的第一阶段打比赛。虽然2个系列赛最后都获胜，但是其实都打得比较焦灼。想问一下，现在有没有松一口气的感觉？
我觉得算是有吧，因为其实我们在第一个系列赛打 SG 的时候，其实我觉得我们在准备方面没有准备得特别好，但是我觉得我们也在这之中学到很多的经验，所以我觉得这都是为了我们接下来的路去就是的养分吧，我觉得挺好的。
少し安心はできました。前の試合の時はやっぱりできてなかったことが多く、その経験を生かして今日の試合はうまくパフォーマンスできていると思います。
So I actually do feel a lot of relief right now. I think the first series when we played against SG, we didn't prepare very well. So we looked into that and fixed our problems and learned from that so we're able to play better and better in the rest of the playoff season. So actually in the first game today, in the early and mid stage, you're also very close with your opponent today. So what do you think you guys did the best in the first game that you were able to win it off?
ゲーム1の序盤はすごく互角な試合でしたが、どのような戦略で勝利に結びつけましたか？
今天在第一局前中期，其实你们都打得很焦灼。我想知道你们在第一局是做了什么样的决定？你觉得做最好的是什么，才能赢下第一局的比赛？
我觉得第一局做最好的应该就是 BP 吧，对，因为我觉得其实选下来的话，我们在团战中的发挥会比较好，然后2队都是打团战的阵容，所以我觉得就是我们在游戏里就是把该发挥好的发挥就赢。
一番よくできたところはやっぱりワンピックですね。両チームはどっちもエンゲージや集団戦に強い、チャンピオンをピックしてたところで、CFO の方は細かいところうまくできてるなと思います。
So I think in the first game, we pick a very good BP, and our BP focus is on team fights. And also our opponent also pick a team fight comp. So I think we do well in team fights and take care of all the details, we'll be able to win them. So I think that's why we were able to win off the first game, because we did really well with the details in team fights. So actually, if you look at the CFO's entire season, you guys didn't perform as stellar as maybe some people expected you guys to be. So even in these 2 days, you guys still faced a lot of new challenges. What did you learn from these 2 days? And also, what do you think you guys need to adjust on going further?
今シーズン CFO のパフォーマンスは少し不安定のようですが、ステージ1の段階で何が成長できましたか？この後どう修正していきますか
？CFO 在整个赛季，其实我们看来好像都没有表现到太稳定。然后，就算在这2天的比赛当中，你们也有面临了许多的挑战。我想知道你们的收获，你学到最多的是什么，以及在接下来你们要怎么去做调整，才能走得更远？
我觉得学到最多的就是要怎么去把整个队伍带领好吧。我觉得这个很重要，因为就是我们队伍的纸面实力都不弱，但是要怎么把整个队伍给组成是发挥最好的效果，这是很重要的。然后还有就是尽量让大家一直保持好的心态吧，因为我觉得其实我们队的大家操作都很好，这样，但可能在比赛的时候没有办法发挥出来，这样，所以我觉得就是这2个点是比较关键的。
一番成長できたところは、どうやってチームを導くことですね。やはりCFO のチームメイト全員個人のスキルがすごく高くて、でもどうやってチームとして一丸となって戦いを できているかの質問、の問題ですね。はい。
So I think what I learned the most in these 2 days is how to be a good leader for our team. Because all our teammates are really good skilled and they all look really good on paper. So I think to be the leader for the team is the first thing that I learned. And the other thing that I learned is that I have to help my teammates to build up their confidence. If we make these 2 points on point, and if I help my team with these 2 points, we'll be able to go very far in the playoffs. So actually, you guys are going to stage 2 right now. If you look at the spring playoffs, the result wasn't as satisfactory. So I want to ask you, do you still have the confidence to go further ahead in this playoff?
今日の試合でステージ2への進出が確定しました。春のプレーオフよりいい成績を残せる自信はありますか？
你们现在进入到了第2阶段，然后我们看到在春季赛的季后赛，其实你们的表现并没有到最后的结果，并没有到太满意，太令人满意。想问一下，这一次你们有没有信心能够再走得更远呢？
我们每个人都是抱着要复仇 PSG 的心来的，所以 Maple 跟 Betty 赶快选我们吧。
PSG へリベンジしたい気持ちがいっぱいです。メイポーとベッティ選手、お前たちは待ってろ。
So all of us really want to take revenge on PSG. So Maple and Beck, please pick us as your opponent. Thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations for your win. 再次恭喜你们获得今天的比赛。我们把镜头转回主播台。
Wants to take on a Maple and That is confidence.
Pick us, he says.
Yeah.
Try me.
Oh, I wouldn't. If I was sort asked, I would not be saying that.
Yeah, I don't
be.
think PSG will call his bluff, though. There are definitely softer opponents you can find for yourself.
Yeah.
Than CFO.
I mean, ultimately, how would you stack up CFO compared to DFM? Because obviously we haven't seen them. They're on opposite sides of the bracket. I might think DFM still looks in better shape.
Yeah, I might agree with you. We've seen them against pretty equivalent levels of competition, right? And DFM have just looked absolutely impeccable.
Yeah.
Whereas CFO have definitely had their faults. That might be just us having watched CFO so much. We know the weaknesses to be looking for. There are issues that have just existed all split that, we are seeing again and again still in this playoffs. But I would love to see that matchup.
The bracket, we do have our winners for the top of our brackets, of course. It was DFM going over yesterday and now reaching stage 2 as CFO likewise today achieved that same feat, while Ground Zero, they were able to take their win up against Sengoku.
Yeah, rematches.
Yeah, both sides.
The name of the game.
Both sides, rematches. Now, there is a very real possibility now. We get to Saturday, we have both of these best of 3s play out. We could have civil war. Either way, we could have an LCO civil war, we could have a PCS civil war over that final spot in the continuation in our second stage of the playoffs. And I mean,
and the LCO is looking the best they ever have.
This is true. And I think similarly, PCS is probably looking the worst they ever have.
Yeah.
So it's a perfect storm.
Yeah,
in many ways.
PSG and DCG.
And there it is. The rematches. We've seen both of these before. Team Bliss did take the win over Frank Esports, but Frank Esports maybe finding a little ticket back in. They did perform a lot better in their series yesterday. J-Team, they were able to take the win against Ground Zero, but likewise, Ground Zero performing a lot better in their series today.
Yeah, I'm actually predicting the opposite results of what we saw the last time around. I expect Frank to take out Bliss, and I actually think Ground Zero have pretty good shot against J-Team. I'd favor them.
Yeah, I am inclined to agree. The only thing about Bliss, of course, is they have Danny in the background.
Yeah, that's
guns
true. They might
out.
put young Decoy in.
That's right. You never know.
Yeah.
He's looking buff. He's looking ready.
Yeah.
But no, in all seriousness, of course, it is going to be an exciting day of games. We do have one day off. I get to recover my voice.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet serenity of hoping my voice recovers before Saturday, because one thing I know for sure by now is that if you have an Oceanic team playing a game of League of Legends in the PCS, there's going to be a lot of action. There's going to be calamity. There's going to be excitement. And I love that stuff.
Yeah, the LCO teams have definitely brought the heat this time around. Not clicking backwards, not afraid at all. Especially Surenfire today. I loved watching him on the brand, just frontlining.
Absolutely. Now, of course, all of this action we have had here in the playoffs, this fantastic gameplay, has been brought to you once again by Changhua Telecom, who if you sign up very shortly, you will be able to get 12 months of a free subscription to Harmy Video. So definitely do check them out, as well as the Sheraton Grand Hotel, who without them, none of our players could be over there. We wouldn't have the opportunity now of seeing a rematch between Frank, between Bliss, between Ground Zero and J-Team. So a big shout out to them as well. And then China Airlines. They got everyone over here. Without them, how could we have the teams even get to the hotel? You wouldn't. So a big shout out to them and everyone. TTL brand ramen. I've tried it. I've eaten it. It is fantastic. If you can find it at your local supermarket or convenience store, check them out. Give it a go. I couldn't recommend it more. And thank you so much to all our sponsors, because without them, none of this would be possible. And this has been by far the most entertaining playoffs we've ever had so far.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for it to continue.
Yeah, I'm excited. You know, we're going to have to get by a day waiting for these teams to rest up, but then we're back on Saturday after a quick break, and oh, that's going to be a good day. I'm excited for that.
I am too. And one day to work out Aurora, I think is the name of the game for LCO.
Geez, yeah.
It seems like our PCS teams, actually Frank do ban it, but this champ seems bonkers. This entire playoffs has been bonkers. But for now, for today and tomorrow, this will be the PCS stream done and dusted. When we're back, we're going to see those rematches. We're going to see who our final team for that second stage of playoffs is. Can it be the LCO for the first time ever? Or will there be the tradition of no LCO teams there? We'll find out. Have a good rest of your week.
Put the zombie